Hello. You might think that this cheerful Toho music, which is titled "The World is Made in an Adorable Way," is not the correct tone for Shadowbringers. And while that may be true, the new design for Reimu does in fact have little paw prints on her sleeves and dress. Robe? Dress? Dress robe? Therefore cat, therefore Sucro. And on that note, it's time for Final Fantasy XIV. Hello, and welcome. I didn't stream earlier this week because I wasn't feeling well. So it's been a little bit since last time we've seen Sucro. But it's time to donate to the Dome and Enclave again. Which is normally Wednesdays, but wasn't feeling well, etc. So, I have now learned the number of silver pieces that must be donated. It's 23, currently. On behalf of the Shazenkai, Sucro, I thank you for your support. Nod. I'm pleased to inform you that we've made great strides in our efforts to rebuild the Enclave. Rice patties seem to be doing well. Owing to your many contributions, the Enclave... I forgot how to say that word, I learned this last time. Domain, I think? Has seen further development. As you continue to contribute, etc., etc. Once again, allow me to thank you for your continued contributions. Nod. Ihase tells me that everything we need for rice production is now ready. The crops are growing remarkably well. If all goes according to plan, we can expect a decent harvest in a few moons. Are you interested to see the progress Ihase has made with the paddy fields? Perhaps you should stop for a chat with him. And that is up there, right. I could technically use the aetheryte to save a little bit of time, but I think actually the amount of time the fast travel would take is pretty similar to just how much time it took for me to run over here. Screen would have to fade out and then fade back in. Rice. We now have all of the essentials for rice production. There's even a water wheel for milling once it's been harvested. Most of the more difficult tasks have been taken care of, so all we need to do now is keep the fields free of weeds and scatter fresh soil from time to time. Some of the children came to help, and were here until a few moments ago. I wonder where they've run off to. Hey look, it's them! The Doman Adventurers Guild. Hey everyone, Mitsuba brought food. Come on, let's eat! It was meant to be a surprise for you, but nothing gets past these younglings. Thanks to them, my grand entrance is ruined, but I may as well say my piece. Can I interest any of you hardworking farmers in a meat-filled rice ball? As for you, Sucro, you may not be a farmer, but I'd say you deserve one too. I know you've invested an awful lot into making a success of this place. Nod. Say, what brings you all the way here, Sucro? Have you come to visit us? Explaining. You're helping with the Enclave? Wow, you're the best! Since we got back here, the Doman Adventurers Guild has been busier than ever. There are all sorts of things to take care of. We'll need new members just to keep up. Looks like you've got some catching up to do. Why not talk about it over some good old-fashioned Doman grub? But you're all covered in muck, so don't forget to wash your hands first. Last one clean is a rotten egg. Group nod. Man, if you were a rotten egg, you'd probably have to, like, wash your hands again. Because you'd be a rotten egg. Good day to you all. Kozakura, to what do we owe the pleasure? Actually, I was hoping to speak with Sucro concerning the reconstruction effort. The Shazenkai has reached a decision on our next project. We wish to rebuild Risaijuku, a school for local children or anyone with a mind to learn. I would like you all to meet the tutor. Bow. You mean Miss Minazuki will be the teacher? That's great news. Guess what? We went to Revenant's Toll and had all kinds of adventures. Whether or not a rotten egg has hands is a mystery science has yet to solve. You mean to say that you're already acquainted? Yes, her husband was our master of lessons. They used to teach us when we lived here before. When we were taking breaks from training, she would give us snacks and tell us old stories. Oh, what a wonderful coincidence. I'm happy to see you reunited at long last. I prayed that you would return safely. Words cannot express how worried we were after you and your families fled to seek refuge in Eorzea. But those dark days are behind us now. Kozakura tells me you formed the Doman Adventurers Guild and performed all manner of good deeds during your time in Mordona. In fact, I hear you've been helping people here in the Enclave, too. Well, if you can find time between guild assignments, perhaps we could resume your lessons? Yes, we'd love to. The school can be our new headquarters. Come on, let's take a look. Group nod. You must be the hero whose name is on everyone's lips. It is an honor to finally meet you. As you heard, the master of lessons to whom the children referred was indeed my husband. After his death during Lord Kyan's rebellion, the Garleans kept a close eye on me, fearing my teachings might spark an uprising. Now, with the Empire gone and our countrymen repatriated, I hope we can reclaim some semblance of normality. An old woman I may be, but I'm not blind to the events of the outside world. I've heard the tales of your bravery. Were it not for you and your friends, Doma would still be under Imperial rule and this place in ruins. Instead, it is now a thriving community, and I'm sure the best is yet to come. Sucro's helping. She's very helpful, with all of the help that she's doing. The Enclave Domain complete! At the completion of the Enclave Domain, the Shazenkai initiate an ambitious plan to revive an important place of learning, Risaijuku, a school for those with a thirst for knowledge. The school is the part that I specifically remembered for some reason. So I guess I got a fair way into the reconstruction effort. I don't know if I completed it or not before on my old character. I'm pretty sure I completed the school, but I don't know if that was the end of the reconstruction or not. But we're not done yet. On behalf of the Shazenkai, Sucro, I thank you for your support. Greeting. Although construction of the school is proceeding quicker than expected, it is still a little more than a place for the students to gather. Nonetheless, Minazuki has already started tutoring there. The sheer enthusiasm on the faces of the children is a sight to behold. I'm sure that Minazuki will not mind if you call in to observe one of the lessons. And the school is over here. Again, I suppose I could teleport, but I didn't. Maybe I didn't complete the school, maybe I only got to this part. Sukro is here to learn. She is very polite. I remember taking a picture like this with my old character at some point. Something about politely sitting at one of these desks is somewhat funny. And I don't really know why. Time for learning. She might have blinked during the first one. History is interesting, but I like doing sums. There's always a right answer. I heard you've been making lots of donations. That's what Miss Minazuki says anyway. It's funny sitting at a school while it's still being built. Maybe there's something we can do to help? I love school. Can we still come here when we're older? These are the most school-liking children I've ever heard about. Oh, this is a welcome surprise. So what do you think of our school? With a roof and sturdy walls, we can study without worrying about the weather. On the other hand, the bookshelves are looking rather empty. I have my own copies of most of the text, but listening to me reading them aloud does nothing for the children's literacy. Luckily, for today's lesson on Risai, we have all the books we need. Are you familiar with this pivotal figure? Fake anime children? I'm not familiar with them. Really? Then why don't you join our lesson? Never pass up an opportunity to learn, that's what Miss Minazuki always says. Sukro is distracted by thinking about the crime of empty bookshelves that's happening. There have to be more books. Nod. Would you like to take a seat? Nod. Or maybe I just took a picture of this cutscene. She's here to learn. Risai was a renowned samurai who once served Doma. Not only was he a loyal and gifted swordsman, he was also a master tactician and well versed in the use of firearms. Above all else, however, he was a learned man and spent much of his time reading. When his days as his lord's vassal came to an end, he established a school that became known as Risai Juku. Unlike most others at the time, it was not only for the children of samurai or those of high social standing, but for everyone. Rich or poor, all were accepted as students. The school held a special place in our community and remained open after his death, with some of his former pupils becoming tutors themselves. So that's where our school got its name. Ah, Miss Minazuki was one of his students. Yes, I was. I spent many happy years at the Risai Juku, first as a pupil and later as a teacher. But all that came to an end when the Garleans invaded. They closed the school and sought to undo all the good it had done. Even so, some of the older generation, such as myself, continued to teach Doman values in secret. The lessons we used to have together were one such example. Nod. But now that the Empire is gone, we can teach as we please, without fear of reprisal. That is why I decided to reopen Risai Juku. The decades of oppression could not crush the Doman spirit. Much like the Shazenso, we survive even under the harshest conditions. When they cut us down, we sprout anew because our roots are strong. We'll never give in to those dogs. Doma forever! My sentiments exactly. Now who would like to read the next chapter to the class? All of the children are shouting, me! Nod. Lessons are being held at Risai Juku, and the students are eager to learn more of Doma's history and traditions. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? Furthermore, as a result of the Enclave's expansion, the rate of gratuities paid for donations has increased, as well as their weekly budget. Oh. So that's when that happens. It brings me great joy to have such attentive pupils. Were it not for your donations, we would have nowhere to study. May the kami bless you. I actually forgot to talk to the people in the rice paddies after seeing the cutscene. So I don't know that I've been... Wow, I've never attuned to there. Fair enough. I don't know that I've been particularly trying to talk to everybody in the areas during this whole segment, actually. I should have, but I think I forgot to most of the time. Wasn't thinking about it. If you're wondering why Sucro is kind of like wiggling when moving forward more often, it's because I had to lower the stick sensitivity a bit. Or like increase it, I guess. The one river. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I had to change the stick sensitivity because I noticed it was starting to like slow down a little bit at certain angles, make me stop when I was turning. So now Sucro's wiggly more than usual. Patience is an essential part of cultivating rice. Even I can barely wait until the next harvest, though. Fair enough. Wiggling. I think it's in character for Sucro to wiggle. I think Sucro has a difficult time sitting still sometimes, probably. And like, I guess whatever the running forward equivalent of sitting still is. Ah, I can donate 5,000 more. And I get 1,000 per piece now, which makes the math really easy. Cool. On behalf of the Shazenkai, Sucro, I thank you for your support. Wave. Or greeting. Your contributions have led to truly remarkable improvements at Risaijuku. Of course, seeing is believing, as the saying goes. Minazuki would like nothing more than to show you the improvements to the school. Let's try actually using the Aetheryte this time. I guess that is probably faster. I was expecting it to take a little bit longer to teleport me. School definitely looks fancier now. There's like books on the shelves. When in Doma, do as the Domans do. A guide for hygiene. It's much fancier. Still being built though. This one kid over here is falling asleep. That's more of the school experience that I'm familiar with. Ah, the savior of Risaijuku. I'm not sure if it's Juku or Juku, or both. I expect you've come to see what we've done with the school. The building is a lot more grand, as you can plainly see. We have a lot more books to use in our lessons. I was also delighted to find that the children had taken it upon themselves to gather everything they need to practice calligraphy. Tsurunuki gave us some soot to make ink. I've decided at some point that calligraphy is a hobby of Sucro's, so I think she would be happy about this. I had to wash my hands about 3 times to get them clean again, but it was lots of fun. We can show you how it's done if you like. We got some paper from Araragi too. Hello. And welcome. And whenever you are less occupied, feel free to, well, stick around, I guess. I mean, you can be here at any time, no matter how occupied you are, but you know what I mean. Juku. Okay. We got some paper from Araragi, too, and best of all, he gave it to us for free. He said it had fallen just short of perfection or something, good enough for us to practice with, though. He gave me a pinwheel as well. What? Why didn't I get one? They've always been energetic, but they've become so outgoing and independent during their time in Mordona. They've been through so much at such a young age, which often forces children to grow up quickly, but it's more than that, I feel. I think that all that hardship has taught them to appreciate the good times. Perhaps they've come to truly understand the joy that freedom can bring. It's a delight to see the smiles on their faces. Many others around the Enclave feel the same way. It fills us with hope for better days to come. Actually, I thought this might be a good time to mention that the children have been planning something special for this school. They've been trying to keep it a secret from me, so I shall have to remember to act surprised when it's finally unveiled. If my guess is correct, I have a feeling you'll want to see it too. Nod. Risai Juku has undergone a remarkable transformation, and its students are more motivated than ever. As you continue to contribute to the Shazenkai and the reconstruction effort, in what other ways might the Doman Enclave grow and change? The students not only help around the school, but have been running various errands around the Enclave too. They are as determined as anyone to get Doma back on its feet. Now I'm guessing that'll probably be all of the Doman Enclave updates for this week. Yes, indeed. And so, it is now time to actually get to the Shadowbringers part. Last time on Shadowbringers, the Crystarium was sad. You can tell because the music is sad. We need to very quickly locate the Light Warden in Araeng, and Minfilia believes that the best way to do this is to basically sacrifice herself to allow the old Minfilia to return, because we need the old Minfilia's power to sense where the Light Warden is hiding. Hence the sadness. But let's see how that goes. A lot of stuff happened last time, of course, but I don't particularly remember a lot of it well enough to articulate what exactly happened, probably. I suppose we can look. Right. That happened. Yulmore attacked. And it didn't go well. And we also defeated the Light... We defeated the Light Warden in the Raktika Greatwood. But Yulmore attacked and did a lot of damage and proclaimed that we were all going to get destroyed unless we agreed with them, basically. But yeah. Not great news for the first. Sorry for the wait. I'm ready now. And you're sure that you want to do this? You're completely sure? Look, no matter what happens to me, I'm sure that I don't want to go back to being who I was. I want to be stronger, strong enough to face my destiny, and I want to believe that I can play a part in saving this world. I hope you can find it in yourself to believe it too. When you put it that way, how could we not? It is your decision to make. Just be sure that you're prepared when the time comes. If all are assembled, shall we depart? We'll follow your lead. What route would you have us take? About that, there's something I neglected to mention. I saw a Yulmoran airship coming into land over Araeng while I was on my way back to the Crystarium. No doubt the same vessel that bore Vothri's forces to Raktika. Hello and welcome. We've donated to the Doman Enclave, the school is being rebuilt, and we've just now resumed Shadowbringers. So we are headed to Araeng once again. Meaning we can expect to encounter armed resistance on our journey through the region. Nod. Right. Now, Araeng lies in the southern reaches of Araeng, and there are two routes we can take to get there. These two. The first is the eastern route, which would lead us past Mordsuk. The other is the western route, which would require us to pass through the Hills of Amber. Minfilia and I took the eastern route last time. Yes, that's the more well-trodden path. It also makes for easier traversal of the Naboth Severance. But we can't use it. If we did, we need to cross the Severance from a point nearby the inn at Journey's Head. If the Yulmorans caught wind of our approach, it could very well bring them into contact with the inn and its patients, and we can be sure their activities would not meet with Vothri's approval. It will make the journey more arduous, but I believe it would be safer to take the western route. Which brings me to my proposition. While you make for the Hills of Amber in the west, I will draw the Yulmorans' attention elsewhere in an area in the east that I know to be uninhabited. That way, you'll have a chance at reaching Araeng unopposed and without risk to civilians. I cannot deny that it's a sound plan, but nor can I allow you to go alone. My skills will make your task at least somewhat easier, will they not? I will accompany you as well. It will afford us a chance to have a proper conversation. And if I go with the others, I'm likely to say something Thancred will regret. I'm likely to dunk on Thancred if I'm nearby him. Well then, we'll leave the work of distracting Vothri's forces to you. The rest of us will take the western route and try to avoid attracting attention. Thancred is especially good at, avoiding attracting attention, I suppose. He's the subterfuge guy, despite having a gun sword now. So that also lines up with his skill set. With that in mind, I think it best that we follow the road from the bridges. We'll move faster with the solid path under our feet. Nod. We'll borrow a few Amaro for our own journey. I leave the rest to you, Minfilia. Nod. Thank you. I'll try not to disappoint. That's also true. Minfilia has been learning the ways of the rogue/ninja And I guess the gun blade's only noisy when you use it. Or at least like when you fire the gun portion of it. When you use the cartridges of it. One of those things. In terms of the game sound effects, it's certainly no louder than the Rogue Ninja sound effects are. So, should be fine. All we have to do is assume that the sound effects that happen in the game are exactly the sound effects that are meant to be happening from the perspective of the characters, and then everything is fine. Oh yeah, I didn't realize Lakeland also had the sad music. I didn't even think about it. But that makes sense, I suppose. And yeah, I mentioned it earlier, but if you notice that I'm like wiggling or moving a little bit weirdly, because there were like times when I like went off to the side a bit more than usual, just trying to fly forward, that's because I had to adjust the stick sensitivity. Because when I was running in circles, I would suddenly like stop when I reached this direction slightly, or like slow down a bit. Shouldn't affect anything too much, but it's worth mentioning. We'll need to move quickly. The longer the others need to keep the Yulmorans busy, the more likely they are to be caught. Would that we all had thy surety of purpose. There you are. The gate leading to Araeng is just up ahead. In all the time I've been here, I've never ventured into the Hills of Amber. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point. But we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as it is. Yeah, not long till level 90. I've been doing stuff like the Wondrous Tales, like, each week as I can, and giving that experience to Paladin, since it's the only role quest, like, sort of thing that I don't have at 90. So it seemed like it was worth it. I decided at some point that I wouldn't worry too much about wasting experience, so once I get to level 90, I'll probably still be a Paladin for the rest of the story. Unless something else catches my eye. Not that I'm particularly intimidated by new lands at this point, but we have more than enough reasons to be cautious as it is. Keep an eye on Minfilia for me, would you? But, I haven't been doing a lot of roulettes, but I suppose it wouldn't be too difficult to do that. As a reminder, these are my current levels. So yeah, I've got 4 other things at level 90. 1 in every category but tank. Also, Wondrous Tales is getting more and more difficult to actually do, because I'm out of second chance points, and a lot of this stuff is stuff that I can't solo, or like haven't gotten to in the story yet. Like the Tower at Paradigm's Breach or Eden's Verse. Both of which are post-game Shadowbringers content. I really should be doing roulettes and stuff more, like, even when I get to 90, to build resources and also to get more confidence in tanking dungeons and whatnot with others. Though, it'd be funny if I could get 2,000 Tomestones of Comedy before I even, like, got to the part where you can spend them. I almost have 2,000 Causality. Part of that is because I had 2,000 Astronomy that I just exchanged. But anyway. Who shall walk among us upon our return, I wonder? I'm ready. Let's go. Minfilia is very determined and, like, at this point, very making her own decisions and, like, knowing how to plan and execute said decisions and whatnot. So, Thancred probably doesn't need to worry about her as much as he does. Though I also feel protective of her already. Araeng lies just beyond the gate. We need only speak to the sentry. Yeah, I guess I would get a lot of second chance points if I did roulettes and stuff, probably. Off so soon, Mistress Funk. You've barely had time to recover from the battle. We don't have time, unfortunately. Well, if you're certain, I'm hardly in a position to question you.
take comfort in the bonds you share. Accept the pain when the time comes to part. Press on, for joy and sorrow walk hand in hand. Beyond Mount Garik lie the hills of Amber, beneath which run hidden veins of mineral wealth. Or ran, at least. Mayhap they are spent. Or mayhap the ringing of hammers can yet be heard below.
That makes sense with the Alliance raids. It's just I'm afraid to do those in particular as a tank. Still. Which is why I need to do them. To defeat the fear. Especially if I run into Crystal Tower raids and don't remember all of the weird mechanics and how those work. I wonder if I need to I wonder how much I need to mess with it. Probably not at all. Just being bothered by the sensitivity stuff of the control stick. Dead zones and whatnot. Sound though Mistress Alize's logic was, I fear the road less traveled hath other perils in store for us. Well, there's iguanas. A village so near, how convenient. This place has been scarred by the flood too. Who can say what lies ahead? But whatever else this road may be, it is mine to travel, and I don't plan to take a moment of the time I spend upon it for granted. Our only path forward lies ahead, I'm sure of it. So onward, I suppose. I take it you're seeing what I'm seeing? Finding a village when we're hardly 10 paces into the hills is a surprising stroke of luck, especially given our recent fortunes. But you won't hear any complaints from me. Let's see if the folk who live here can tell us what to expect from the road ahead. Can we expect nearby ether currents? Sort of, actually. Need to make sure to grab those. I'm going to guess... I thought I hear it. I thought I heard it, rather, but I guess that's a different sound. I would probably get this ether current because I'd probably have to continue in this direction regardless. But still, let's explore a little bit. Or maybe it's not practical to get right now. Depending. There is a bridge. Okay, it's further away than I thought it would be. Or more out of the way than I thought it would be, I suppose. So in a way, this is a little bit of a spoiler as to what's going on over here. Though we saw this in the cutscene as well, so maybe not. Yeah, exactly. Oh, this is also an ether rate. Okay. Well, might as well. What's the ether current situation like here? 2 more to find on land, and 4 more to obtain through quests. So there's likely to be some side quests in these areas as well. Twine. Hey, there's a vista. Sightseeing location. I'm definitely a bit going off the rails. Oop. Ow. Just checking. Okay, let's actually go back to what we're supposed to be doing. Just kidding. There's more enemies to fight for points. Only one for that particular bounty, I see. It is a bit of a pain to, like, traverse this area without having a flight. And by a bit of a pain, I just mean that it's not particularly speedy. So I have made things take longer by doing this, but that's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Speaking of things taking longer, maybe not. I thought that maybe, like, the server issues had been somewhat resolved, but I'm actually not at all sure if that's true. I stopped, like, following updates on that earlier than I should have. Regardless, any server lag shouldn't be too much of a problem in the context of the main story. I've gotten a bit lost. It's fine. The origin of the lag spikes recently was there was a particular node on the network that AT&T and NTT are involved with for connecting to the servers that was causing a problem. And I guess it was like a particular NTT problem, NTT being like a Japanese internet service provider, for those unfamiliar. And it seems that rather than fixing any of these problems, the companies mostly just pointed fingers at each other and refused to do anything. And that might still be ongoing. I'm not sure. If so, it's been happening for like a month by now. So I should check, actually. Let's see. The forum topic on the official Final Fantasy XIV forums for this has 112 pages. Let's see what they're talking about. Some people are saying today seems to be better. Yesterday. Someone's saying they're still getting the same issues. Someone's saying they're still getting the same issues. And someone asking if people are still getting issues, saying that they feel like they're the only one. The people who are mentioning that they still have issues seem to be on Spectrum or Comcast, specifically. Ah, gotcha. I have AT&T, which is what the problem was mostly with before. So it has something to do with the way the routing of the internet goes. I don't know enough tech stuff to know like what the sending and receiving numbers up here are supposed to be for me either, but I don't know. And yeah, you can't expect the corporations to be competent or not greedy, and it seems like they're being incompetent and greedy mostly. So, you know, corporations. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss Boaster so that Boaster's not standing inside of NPCs all the time again. Yeah, I heard a lot of stories like that, like lagging out and dying to mechanics and whatnot. You sell? No, you are no merchant. But then why do I know your face? Oh, I remember. You spent Vobert gold. Oh yeah, I did do that. Such a coin purse cracking. You are already a legend among moored traders. You're a traveling merchant then. Can you tell us anything of this village? Of course, anything for valued customers. This place is Garrick. Or Garrick. I think the narration said Mount Garrick. I don't know if it was spelled exactly the same as this. Before the flood, it was home to many miners. After, not so many. Now, none. So Master Gengen borrowed the village, made it into a trading post. Very convenient location. In which case, you all must be familiar with the local roads, correct? We're on our way to araeng ourselves. If we continue south from here, will we have any difficulties reaching it? Oh yes, great difficulty. The flood rent the stone and crushed the mines surrounding araeng. Oh, excuse me. Only steep cliffs and collapsed tunnels remain. Oh no. But surely there must be some way. Do you think any of the other moored might have some sort of hidden route? Perhaps. You ask, they tell. Tell for free even to friends of our best customer. Bow. Wonderful. Thank you for your help. Well then, best customer, let's see what information your reputation buys us. Nod. Remember Zunzun next time your pockets grow heavy with coin, yes? Well, what do you sell, though? I kinda need that information. Creature. Something that's very funny to me looking at this creature right now, actually, is that since I've recently started playing Elder Scrolls Online as well, this particular creature is very similar to a type of creature from that game, and from the Elder Scrolls lore and universe in general, which I believe is called a Gwar. I don't know what this creature is called. Unless I'm mixing it up and this is a Gwar and that's something else, but I don't think that's the case. Can I interest you in some rock wrigglers? Plump, juicy, and wriggly. No? Is there something else I can help you with? What do you do here? I am what we call a middle moored between Twine and the crystalline mean. The crystarium is too far away for most of the miners, so I buy their gemstones and ore and sell them for a higher price. I only sell by the crate, so if you're looking for individual items, try the other merchants. They have many goods for travelers like you. What kind of place is this? Garrick was once a mining town, until all the miners moved out, that is. They were kind enough to leave their houses for us moored to use, and like we always say, waste not, want not. As you can see, there's not much here, but a lot of people traveling to and from the crystarium pass through, mainly to rest or use our well. It is the closest thing this place has to an oasis. Let me double check the map, actually. Do I see any information about a mountain anywhere? Not particularly. So I'm guessing this is Garrick then, because that's how the narration pronounced it. who I think is Ardbert at this point. If we're not lucky enough to encounter anyone who knows a route to Nabathareng here, perhaps they can at least point us in the direction of others who might. I should have no need for any new equipment. For Nabathareng, airship is best. Nothing is faster than an airship. The Yulmorans have one, I hear. You can ask them to take you. It would seem somewhat superfluous to do so. You dutifully make note of Gongon's words. You must find your own airship if the Yulmorans will not help you. That doesn't seem like it's gonna work out as a plan. I've got it. I'll lead by asking how business is, and then mention you, and then ask about the route. That should work, right? Seems reasonable enough. Perhaps we ought to inquire upon the matter of Yulmoran forces in the region as well. Also sensible. You're welcome to use our well. If you're planning to cross the desert, you should take as much as you can carry. You wish to go to Nabathareng? There was a way once, a gondola down from the cliffs. But it was built for those who had left something behind that they wished to retrieve. Now there's nothing left, and no one to use it. You may search for it if you like, but I doubt that its rusted wires would bear your weight. You hastily take down a memo regarding the gondola on a spare scrap of parchment. The door is barred. Any of these buildings open? Indeed. Oh, that is a surprise. Not many bound for Nabathareng these days. I do know of a trolley that once went there. It used to travel between all the settlements and mines of the Hills of Amber. It is locked behind a gate, however. I assume that will have kept it from being stolen or damaged, but it also prevents it from being of much use. You take down information regarding the trolley on a wrinkled piece of parchment before stuffing it unceremoniously back into your bag. For what it's worth, you're welcome to make yourself at home here. We have a well and not a lot else, I'm afraid. I think I neglected to speak with Real a second time. I am working, I assure you. My job is to guard the entrance of the village. It's easier to do while sitting down, that is all. I mean, that's entirely fair. You have a reasonable view of the village entrance. So I think that's legit. Thancred, I took notes. Sucro, I'm afraid I've learned little of use about how to reach Nabathareng. The Yulmoran presence, though, that's another matter. Apparently, though their army is definitely in Amareng, there have been no sightings of Yulmorans at all in the Hills of Amber. Perhaps we can take that as a sign that Alize's plan has borne fruit. Did you have any better luck finding us a route forward? A bit of paper with gondola from cliffs, potential death trap scrawled upon it. A bit of paper with Hills of Amber trolley behind gate scrawled upon it. A bit of paper with airships, Yulmoran presence confirmed scrawled upon it. So these are our options. Well, what do you think? We can try the gondola. Might die, but Can we get an airship anywhere? Not from Vothri, obviously, or gate aside, the trolley seems most feasible. Might die, but is very something. But really the trolley, though. It does seem to be the least risky of our options, and I can't imagine one gate is enough to thwart you. I'd like to know a bit more before we dash off in search of it, though. Perhaps Zunzun can offer some insight. Though Zunzun didn't mention the trolley before, he's like as not to at least heard of the thing. If we remind him, he may recall something of use. The trolley problem. Anyone else have anything else to say at this point? Shall I take the glimmer in thine eye to mean that thou hast struck upon a promising lead? hope you've had more luck than I. Oh, valued customers. Were the other Mord of help? A little bit. Of a fashion. They told us of a trolley that runs to araeng at least. But am I correct in thinking that there was a reason you did not do so yourself when we first asked? Yes, the gate, you see, it is impassable. Before there was a hulking thing of stone, the Talos. It opened the gate, they say. But none operate such a thing now. I do not even know if it yet exists. I do not know, but you should travel east to Mount Byron Mines. Byron? That is where the trolley controls stand. I still see miners there from time to time. If anyone knows what happened to the Talos, it would be them. Thank you. You've been a great help. We're up to Mount Byron, then. Let's hope that someone will be there to answer our questions. Nod. Also, the Mord did like that gesture, and I didn't mention it. I don't know why I've decided to narrate every gesture, but why not? Watch for beasts in the hills. I do not like to lose customers. Again, what do you actually sell? I would like to know. If you expect me to have any interest in your wares, you should tell me what you're selling. That's just how business works, I think. It's still funny to be outside of the level range of enemies in Shadowbringers. Mayhap the pall of light is the root of this land's desolation, or mayhap the fault lies with man and his insatiable greed. Maybe a bit of both, araeng. What a sight. Oh, pardon me, it's a bit daunting, isn't it? I guess so, it's pretty steep. And very bright. The scale of the track is impressive, I'll give them that. Okay, also that part. Now we only need to follow it until we come to the mines. So yeah, I was a little bit ahead of myself, and ahead of the group. Bird. Goat. Gnome. Coyote. I suppose I didn't actually explore this part of the mines too much. Since I mostly just went for the aetheryte. This lever can't have been designed for a person to operate. Wonder where araeng has gone. Ah, well. Bit of a mess, isn't it? But the mechanisms for dispatching the trolley are here, just as Zun Zun said. Unfortunately, anyone who might know how to use them is not. We might wait for Zun Zun's mysterious miners to appear, or have a look around and see if we can deduce anything useful in their absence. I'm in favor of the latter. Something near the entrance to the mines proper caught Urianger's eye. Meet us there if you find anything. Well, that answers my question, I guess. Let's look around. Having a bit of trouble with the control stick still. I'm not sure what I'm looking for here. Ow. Wonder if my controller is just starting to fall apart a little bit. It wasn't a super expensive one, so I guess I wouldn't be too surprised by that. And I do seem to destroy technology quickly. What am I looking for here? I'll look in the other circles. Maybe that'll make it more clear. I found a mug. The cup is slightly warm, and a fair amount of tea, steeped over long if the color is any indication, remains within. Someone has been here recently, maybe? Is, I suppose, what we're learning. As much as I wish we could count on someone conveniently appearing to explain all of this to us, I'm sure you're aware that we don't have the time to waste. That's fair. A rail. Flecks of rust adorn the rails, but they nevertheless appear sturdy enough to bear the trolley without issue. Ah, there's what I was meant to find in this part. The trolley car. The benches within suggest that this must have been a passenger car. Oddly enough, though it's clearly old, it appears to be well maintained. So, the rails are usable, someone has been here semi-recently, and people maintain the trolley cars somewhat. Meanwhile, Urianger has found the remains of a Talos of some kind. Presumably. Ah, Sucro, what hast thou discerned? That's a good point. I guess it's a matter of, like, getting there on time. But then again, depending on how long it takes to get the trolley operational, that wouldn't really matter, I suppose. I see. Indeed, thine observations are consistent with mine own. But let us refrain from further discussion ere our comrades arrive. Ample evidence of recent maintenance and lukewarm tea besides. Nod. The levers for switching tracks looked like they were in good condition, though I couldn't move them myself. No ordinary person could, I think. It is my belief that no person is meant to. This Talos beareth more than a passing resemblance to the golems of the Source. Nor doth it appear to be the sole example of its kind. The proliferation of Talos fragments, as well as the enormity of the mechanisms here, suggest a considerable number were once in operation. Alas, this specimen and its fellows now lie lifeless and broken, and I know not how to repair them that they might facilitate our passage through the gate. And without the aid of the Talos, even if thou wert somehow able to unbar the trolley's path, we would still have no means of propelling it. We might not know how to repair the Talos, but someone must. Otherwise, why keep everything else in working order? Whoever is maintaining the cars and rails must know something that we don't. Let's ask them what it is, shall we? Gasp. Shaking head. Sucro, I do believe you'll find a person of some interest skulking in the shadows behind the warehouses on the northwestern side of the tracks. Nod. While you two have a friendly chat, the rest of us will gently encourage those to the south to come out of hiding. Defend yourselves as necessary, of course, but do try to keep everyone in one piece. Nod. Off we go, then. Thancred has detected a presence. If I had to guess for a reason why we wouldn't just follow the tracks, it would be that the tracks at some point take a steep incline up or down in a way that would make it less reasonable to follow those on foot in some way. That would be like my first guess. Or there's some other obstacle in the way. Wicked White, where did you come from? Oh, never mind that. You have no business here, of that I'm sure. What are you? Ugh. The suspicious man has disappeared into thin air. We won't let you, Whis. That's smarts. They elected to take up arms against us, though the outcome was plain from the first. I feel a bit bad for them. Good to hear. These two weren't much trouble either. Let's see what they have to say for themselves. Us? We're not the brigands come to take what isn't ours. Do we honestly look like we need to steal, what, some rusted bits of iron? Don't be absurd. We're not here to rob you. A likely story. You look, well... You don't look normal, that's for certain. You don't have any wares, so you're clearly not merchants. Travelers never pass this way. The only reason you would come all the way out here is to strip the machinery for parts. You know, that's reasonable enough, actually. Oh, Thaf, I have an idea. What if, once upon a time, a lovely lady of noble birth ventured forth in search of her lost love, joined by her two most loyal servants, sworn to follow her unto world's end. On their journey, they met a sorcerer as ancient as time itself. Moved by the lady's devotion, he offered to be their guide, and they... turned up here somehow. I can only assume you're being intentionally obtuse, but in the unlikely event that that's a serious conjecture... No. I suppose I am a bodyguard of a sort, but we have a rather larger concerns than fairy tale romances. Though I would fain hear more of this ageless sorcerer and his heroic deeds. Rianjay, thank you. Gods grant me strength. If I may, we're actually searching for a means by which to travel to Nabath Araeng. We were hoping that the trolley here might offer a solution. I realize that we haven't gotten off to the best of starts, but if you know anything about how we might get it working again... The trolley? The trolley! You should have led with that. We're always keen to discuss the trolley. We're both engineers in training, in fact. Jarek and Thaf at your service. Technically, I'm a miner, and he does repair work, but our true passion is the trolley. We're working with a few other folks to get it up and running again. And before you ask, yes, it's true that there's little in need of transport these days, but that's no reason to consign a miracle of mechanical innovation to dust. The mere sight of it traveling the track once again would make hearts sore, mark my words. And the other guy nodded. You'll hear no argument from us. What progress have you made thus far? Not as much as we'd like, truth be told. Well, if there's anything... Is there anything we could do to assist you? We could gather materials or help put pieces together. It's a sight more complicated than that, I'm afraid. If you spoke with Magnus, you'd understand. He's the only one with full knowledge of the trolley's operation. I suppose you could speak with him if you'd like. We'll introduce you. Nod. That's probably the other person I beat up. Very well, our options are limited, and if this Magnus can explain whatever is preventing the trolley from being restored, I'd like to hear it. Nod. Right, looks like you'll be following us back to Twine, then. Maybe it's not the person I beat up, I don't know. Come to think of it, Urianger always was fond of fairy tales. Dost thou seek the sorcerer's wisdom, young one? Thank you, Urianger. Corgis are barking in the distance. Quest for a lost love. Perhaps that could have been me had things been different. To be honest, I'm impressed that you thought of the trolley to begin with. So few seem to these days. Too used to living without it, I suppose. Thaf is ready to guide you to Twine. If you're ready, we can leave right now. Though, you haven't seen another fellow around here, have you? I thought he'd have come out by now. I hit him with a sword? You'd think he'll be alright. I suppose we did force your hand a bit. I'll have a look, just in case. You got ahead, Thaf. Alright, looks like it'll just be you lot and me then. Try not to let anything take a bite out of you on the way out of the rail yard. By the way, this particular outfit that Jarek has got, I believe it's for gatherers only, and it's kind of a shame that this coat doesn't exist in some all-class sort of form of any sort. Because I am a sucker for a long coat and a scarf. And I would like to have that as a fashion option without having to be a gatherer at the time. You might have realized over the course of seeing me create and play as a number of characters in video games that I seem to be biased in favor of coats whenever possible. Though I also am wearing some sort of robe and cape, which is adjacent but not exactly the same. Damn, that smarts. Did he have to thump me so hard? I'll be feeling that for the next fortnight at least. Not to be done about it now, though. I pointed your overeager companions in the right direction and they've gone on ahead, so we need to get moving. Normally we walk atop the tracks, but seeing as the young lady has a much shorter stride, that's more perilous a route than I'm comfortable suggesting. Wouldn't want anyone falling through the gaps. Of course, the low road presents other dangers, but having been on the receiving end of your friend's blows, I'm not worried on that account. You know, that's a fair point. Makes me wonder, if you were a Lalafell, would they comment on your significantly shorter stride as well at that point? Sucro's probably not that much taller. Wait a moment, I think I hear something. Oh, that's something, all right. Run! Oh, that's just a That's just a one enemy. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Honestly, I didn't even realize there was a low road. Even though I followed the tracks to even get there for the aetheryte. It seems you've run into more danger, Thaf. Multi-bird melee. Sorry about that. I'll admit, I didn't expect this route to be quite so fraught with danger. We're nearly to Twine, though, so we should make it without further incident. We made it without further incident. Okay, Sucro is significantly taller than Minfilia. So, that's fair. Like a foot taller. But I do wonder if like a Lalafell would be commented on. The town is small, but everything in it seems so purposeful. It's amazing. Odd to find a place like this still occupied. It must have come dangerously close to being consumed by the flood. A testament to man's resilience that civilization may yet be found at the very edge of the world. Thank you for your wisdom, ancient sorcerer. On that note, I'm going to be right back. Whoop. Hello, I have returned. Seeing one of the Sucro facts that showed up while I was gone made me wonder, what would the reflection of McDonald's be on the first? What would Sucro have to yell even if she had it at home? This is a mystery that may never be solved. This is it! Welcome to Twine. The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with... Maybe. But I don't like what that sounds like if you say it out loud, so hopefully not. The original dwellings were built to house those laborers tasked with building the track. Over time, miners came to seek their fortunes, and that's what made the town grow to what you see before you today. But it was still the trolley that brought them here. The idea that Wendy's and McDonald's don't exist in the same dimension is quite funny. And only raises further questions, really. As you've doubtless noticed, the track goes to the very heart of the town. It was the heart of the town back when the trolley still carried everyone home at the end of each hard day in the mines. Now there is no trolley, nor much work to be had in the mines for that matter. The only residents that remain are the destitute, the delusional, and those with nowhere else to go, or so they say. That should give you some indication of what to expect when you meet Magnus. As I said, it will help you understand why we can't get the trolley running. Just don't expect too much aside from that. Well, that's encouraging, but I don't see that we have much choice. Let's go and meet the man. What's everyone else have to say around here? Just passing through, eh? Can't imagine there's much to keep you here or any reason to ever come back, but you're welcome here all the same. What brings you to Twine, if you don't mind me asking? Well, what do you do here? Like most people around here, I'm a miner. It's all I know, and to be perfectly honest, there isn't much else to know in Araeng. What kind of place is this? Not many people are aware of this, even those who live here. But Twine was built through the combined efforts of the Ronso and Mistel. The name of the town comes from the idea of their tales being entwined together. You don't see much cooperation between them these days, though. Most of the Mistel moved to Yulmore years ago, and there are only one or two left now. We Ronso, on the other hand, don't give up so easily. As long as there is work to be done, we'll be here. A very dangerous place, IHOP, perhaps. Oh, woe is me! When shall my love return? Is she so enamored with the sights and sounds of the Crystarium that she no longer desires the warmth of my embrace? I moved here a while back with my two brothers, although I must say they're a lot more suited to this life than I am. I never realized how much I dislike dark, dingy mines until I tried working in one. Ah, the Amaro Keep. For a second, I thought that the Amaro Keep was just the Amaro. Waffle House. I do like this discussion relating to other restaurants that in our world coexist with the McDonald's, as if to imply that some larger restaurant was fractured into, like, from a whole into these individual parts, like, as if to imply that in the ancient times there were some combination of a McDonald's, Wendy's, IHOP, and Waffle House that was the supreme fast food location. And only like these shards of it survive. So what would that imply about our worlds if all of them coexisted? Huh. I see. Hey, look. Gravestones. Many of them. I've been to a Waffle House exactly once. And I think I had a waffle. It seems like a safe bet. This is Magnus. He's our boss of the fashion. Doesn't seem like he's having a great time. For some of the miners, the thought of a stiff drink at the end of a shift is the only thing that keeps them going. Who are you supposed to be? Never seen the three of you in my life. Or the four of you? Wicked White, if you're going to bother me, at least have the damn courtesy to stand still. He thinks this one is deep in his cups. Nod. These are my guests, Magnus. We ran into them at the mines. They're looking for a way to reach araeng, so they came to ask about the trolley, you see. What? There's nothing in araeng, not anymore. And especially not for frail little girls. Give it up. No, we must reach araeng. I must. Ah, so you have your heart set on it. The world doesn't care. The place is a ruin, nothing more. And you're not getting there in the trolley. The thing doesn't run on hopes and dreams. We're not fools. It's necessity that drives us to araeng. If you insist that the trolley is not an option, at least tell us why. No, I'm sick of people asking me about the blasted thing. Leave me be. We'll speak outside. Piss off. I'd be lying if I said I didn't expect that, but for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Well. Stubborn arse. I sense there is more to this belligerent drunk in his tale. He only said that because he thinks I'm weak, and he's right, but I can't be. I won't be forever. There has to be some way. I must find it. Oh, I'm sorry. I was stuck in my own head again. It's clear that Magnus has no intention of helping us, but perhaps we should ask the other residents? They may know something of the trolley. I'll take the north side of town. Let me know if you learn anything. Thancred, art thou truly content to stand witness to fate's course and take no part? This isn't a matter of fate, araeng. It's about choice, and I've had years to decide where I stand. Minfilia has spent too long in chains already. I would not shackle her again by making my hopes known. It is for her to choose what shape her destiny will take. It's for me to stay silent, to protect her, teach her, and stand by her. That, at least, I can do for her. So be it. Come, let us make our own inquiries. Ah, gemstone trader. That's what that mark was. Oh, for the record, I believe previously it was mentioned that there was a very good minion from one of the other gemstone traders, and it seems that you need rank 3 for the minions. I checked. So it would take me quite some time to be able to access said minion, or any such reward. Oh, there you are. You'll be pleased to know that I got our friend back home with no trouble and he's just fine. He was a bit shaken up is all. And you? What did Magnus have to say? He told me to piss off, mostly. Ah, I did have a faint hope that your need might prompt him to action where our interest is not, but I suppose that was foolish of me. I'm sorry that we couldn't be of help, though. I could at least show you the trolley car we have here if you'd like. If you could give it a stroke or two, it has some very smooth wood. No. You mean to say you're not giving up, even knowing that Magnus is Magnus? I don't see much point in your being stubborn about it, though perhaps stubbornness is exactly what this situation calls for. Can't forge iron without an anvil, after all. Can't imagine that anything you try will work, but if you're certain, you can help me make preparations in the event that it does. To that end, take this toolbox. We're going to inspect the rails. I'll have a look along the tracks for anything that's in need of repair. You bring the tools and be ready to hand them to me whenever I stop to work. If the joke you had in mind is all the way in Endwalker, it's entirely possible that I will have managed to work my way up to rank 3 in some of the locations by then, depending on how much I play this game. But I also have like 70,000 million other games that are happening all at the same time. I've been playing Diablo 4, I've been playing Phantasy Star Online 2 New Genesis, I started playing The Elder Scrolls Online, Street Fighter 6. As far as other things to stream, there's still Pokemon Green and Pokemon Infinite Fusion. Remnant 2 is releasing next month, and I liked the first one of that. There's a lot of video games happening. I haven't beaten Tears of the Kingdom yet. There's a lot of video games happening. This spot looks like it could use a bit of work. Can you ready the tools for me? I didn't read the description of the toolbox. You open the box, revealing the proud array of lovingly maintained tools within. Brilliant. Now, if you could hand me what I need as I work, that would be a help. In this case, well, this bolt is loose for one matter. We can't have that. I'll need to tighten it. Nod. I could give you a saw. Well, tightening a bolt is definitely a wrench type of situation. Suko probably knows that much. Thank you, this one will do nicely. Now give me one moment and... There, I don't see any other problems here, so let's continue along the track. No one could ever possibly need this many tools, let alone to carry them all on their person at one time, says the large toolbox. I'm a bit concerned about this lantern post. Would you ready the tools for me? I'm not sure what this bit the game is doing here is, exactly. Why is this the comedy music? You set down the toolbox, the muscles of your arms enjoying profound relief, and open it once again. You're quite handy to have around, you know? As to the lamp there, these aren't often necessary these days, but if we're going to do this, we might as well do it properly. And if by some miracle the night returns as it did in Lakeland, well, it's a nice thought. Anyhow, a bit of this post seems to have splintered. Whether its lamp is to be lit or not, we wouldn't want these little pieces of wood jabbing the next person who comes through here to do maintenance. I'll need to sand it down a bit. Nod. Saw, hammer, or file. Well, if you're sanding something down, it's probably the file, right? Yeah, so wood file's perfect. Let me even this out. I'm sure a lot of people probably pick the incorrect options on purpose in moments like this, but I never do that for some reason. That should do it. I'll bring some varnish along next time to finish the job. I haven't spotted any other problems, so we can move along now, unless you'd like to take in the view of the tracks from here for a bit longer? It's breathtaking, I know. Mining has always been the primary vocation of folks in the Hills of Amber, you see. But after a certain point, they dug up everything that could easily be reached and carried back by manpower alone. It was then that the Naboth Empire struck upon the idea of the Talos, which they had seen at work abroad. At great expense, the Naboth brought the Mistel engineers who specialized in Talos here to the hills. And wouldn't you know it, the mining industry picked right up again. Twine itself sprung up around that time, as a matter of fact. It was named after the entwining of tales, the fruitful cooperation between the native Ronso and the newly come Mistel. But that, like so much else, fell apart in the wake of the flood. The Mistel left, taking their knowledge with them. It was 15 years ago that the last of them, the folks from Daedalus Stoneworks, took off for Yulmore. And now no one remains that can repair and operate the Talos. But there's no use in lamenting what can't be changed, and there's one more thing we need to do while we're out here, so we might as well get to it. Vultures occasionally make their nests on the tracks, you see, and it falls to us to remove them when they do. The creatures are angry when disturbed, which is natural, but nevertheless a danger to anyone passing by. It's not my favorite task, to be honest with you. As you may have noticed, I'm not terribly suited to confrontation. That said, would you follow the tracks north and remove any nests you find for me? I'll keep an eye on things from here. You got it. My name is Sucro and I'm here to help. Hey! Sometimes you help by hitting things with the sword. Almost just sort of ran off the track there. Oops. I suppose the slight stuttering of my movement may also be associated with any slight server lag problems that are still ongoing. It might not. Well, some of it was definitely the control stick sensitivity. I don't know, man. I don't know. Surely making that number even lower can't cause any problems, right? Guess who forgot to set their character to busy again? Got an invite to a small FC that... Well, I mean, I didn't get an actual invite. I got a whisper about it. But I'm just going to do this and not reply. Thank you. That should be everything taken care of. I wonder if it's reasonable to... Well, never mind. In return for your help, I'll tell you a bit more about the trolley. Nothing that it can get it started again, though. As I said, the only people who knew how to repair the Talos are long gone. When they left, the life began to bleed out of the town. The trolley's tracks rusted and its cars fell into disrepair. Now I was born in Twine, raised there. My first word was trolley, damn it. And those were the worst years of my life. But then, about 7 years passed, Magnus and his wife returned to us. Magnus is a real proper trolley engineer, and perhaps you would never have left. Perhaps he would never have left in the first place if it hadn't been for his son. As you're well aware, Araeng is hardly the safest place, and Magnus wanted his child to grow up away from its dangers. It didn't help in the end. The Sin Eaters got the boy. Isn't that always the way? The child had always said that someday he wanted to see Magnus's trolley running again. So in his memory, they returned to Twine, started fixing those rusted rails and broken cars, and it was going well for a time. Wicked White vultures? Are they back for revenge? Never mind, I don't want to find out. I'm just going to be thinking about what's happening with the controller or lag constantly. Given that the sending and receiving numbers are high, it's probably a mix of both. I don't know. Technology problems are very stressful. Nice work out there. And now you know the story of the trolley. Won't do you much good without the Talos, though. If there was even a single one that still functioned, things might be different, but, well, here we are. Down for maintenance. Well, time to end the stream, I guess. Just kidding. Not really. Stream's still going. Not that it'll do you any good, but we do have a Talos we've been meaning to repair. I can show you if you'd like. It'd certainly be nice to hear something other than Magnus's griping for a change. But wait, there is side quests. Oh, my poor friends, left to be eaten by horrid beasts. I feel terrible about running away, but what choice did I have? No point in us all being killed now, is there? Finding someone to go in and retrieve the bodies, I mean rescue them, would absolve me of the blame, yes? If you could go to the ruins of Kelk to look for 2 moored scavengers, I would be very grateful. Okay. I'll do that. Why not? By the way, remember Gigantender? Seems like they're here again. Evil weapon? I've seen a minion of this, or a minion related to this. I didn't remember they were just sort of around here. I figured it was something else that I hadn't gotten to. There we go. I am alive? Can it be true? But it's too early to celebrate. The youngest of our group is still missing. Please, you must find him. I will wait for you outside the ruins in case you need help carrying whatever is left of the poor boy. Everyone assuming the worst about this whole situation. Evil Weapon is a very silly name for just a random enemy to have that is a weird creature with a floating sword attached to it, or like related to it. Distant corgi barking once again. Phew, does that count as a near-death experience? I cannot wait to tell my friends. But first we should make a hasty retreat, yes? As far as the lag is concerned, I'm not noticing any difficulties with inputting my rotation, just with like left control stick movement stuff, so that's weird. That was the most excitement I've had in a long time, thank you. I cannot thank you enough for saving us, but how did you know we were here? Running away turned out to be the best choice. Not only did he escape, but he sent for help too. If he tried to rescue us himself, we would probably all be dead by now. Better to run and scavenge another day, yes? I must remember to thank him. That's kind of funny. I completed the quest and then took a step away and discovered a new area and leveled up. Enhanced Divine Veil. It looks the same, but it does something different, I think. What is that trait again? Adds a healing effect. Neat. That should be helpful. I'm getting all my controls confused again for a moment. Okay. That quest line, no doubt, could have continued, but I don't feel like it, I guess. Someone's got the fancy Senor Sabatender mount from the Gold Saucer. Looks like someone's already beat us here, but please, look about as much as you like. Thou art come to examine the Talos? I guess so. I don't think Sucrose gonna know much about it, unless it's Arcanima related. Truly a most vexing state of affairs. I thought mayhap a closer examination might yield something of value. I see. The means to build Talos stone by stone are lost to us, 'tis true, but here before us slumbers a most fine specimen. Indeed, were it not for a few minor failings, it would be in working condition. 'Twill likely require naught but a few modest repairs and a suffusion of ether. Gasp. Well, if you think you can get the thing up and running, far be it from me to stop you, but what exactly do you reckon is the problem? Nod. I should stress that I performed only the most cursory of examinations, though such arcane constructs are not wholly unfamiliar to me. As I did suspect from the first, it is host to a network of veins through which ether floweth freely. Or so it would, were it not for several fractures which now impede said flow. How in the hells did you get all that from just a glance? I take it you've thought up a solution as well, then? To bridge these fissures requireth a material highly conductive to ether, Once in place, I believe it will be possible to restore the Talos to life. Might I prevail upon thee to acquire that which we require? Not far beyond the wells of twine dwelleth a creature of living stone, the Debitage. Full sure am I that stone from such a being would prove most suitable to our needs. Nod. Determined. Very good. I shall have Thancred and Menphilia attend me in the remaining preparations. I spied but 3 obstructions to the flow of ether in the Talos, and thus would ask that you provide 3 stones of the Debitage. All else will be made ready upon thy return. That makes sense. A creature of living stone, no doubt, has a strong chance of being animated by ether of the sort that would animate stone. Wish we had a mage like him around sooner. As you might imagine, we've had trouble convincing people to come here to help. They either refuse outright or demand payment far beyond anything we could hope to afford. It's why we've made such little progress in repairing the Talos. We pored over every scrap of paper left behind by Daedalus Stoneworks, hoping we might learn how it's done, but there just isn't enough. Worry not, Sucro. Preparations here will be complete ere long. Alright, time to defeat 3 Dragon Quest enemies. Also, Super Mario Galaxy bosses, if you prefer. Good old Bouldergeist. Sucro is rapidly approaching your location with the sword. I could probably try stunning some of these instead of moving out of the way. But maybe that doesn't work too often on higher level enemies, I'm not sure. Okay, you can be stunned. It's not like moving out of the way is a great problem or anything, though. Thancred and Menphilia will return ere long with the remaining supplies we require. Didst thou succeed in procuring stone from the Debitage? A chunk of rock taken from a Debitage. Fine specimens one and all, you have my thanks. We need now but wait for Thancred and Menphilia's return. From end to end, the paths by which ether may flow through the Talos have been duly mended. They but require a sufficient endowment. It's not moving. Strange, the core refuses to stir. I fear the condition of this Talos is more dire than I previously surmised. As a heart driveth blood through a man's veins, so doth the core ether throughout this massive frame. Failing its repair or replacement, the Talos cannot be restored. So it was the heart after all. Thou didst foresee this outcome? Well, no, not exactly. We'd never gotten this far in trying to repair it, so we had no way of knowing that the heart was the real problem. Or the heart was the real problem. We tried to find another, in case things turned out as they are now, but... Jarek? This isn't really my story to share. Please, Jarek, if something went wrong, maybe we can help. Alright, alright. After all you lot have done for me, I suppose it's the least I can do. Though the Talos yet wants for a beating heart, it would appear thine efforts were not for naught. What could be so terrible he'd want to keep it from us? I hope Jarek doesn't get in trouble for telling us what happened. Right then, the Talos, their hearts cannot be made of just any stone. You need a special sort with sufficient ethereal conductivity. Both it and the other materials used in the construction of the Talos bodies are mined in the same place. That place, of course, being here, the Hills of Amber. And it was 3 years ago when she... No, I can't. I'm sorry, but you'll have to hear it from Thaf or someone else. Back to the tavern, then. You don't suppose Thaf is going to run off too, do you? This is all my fault. I never should have pressured him. What terrible tragedy befell him years ago, I wonder? I missed the staircase. Huh. The boss disappeared. Still here, huh? You can ask again, but the answer's the same. Our trolleys are... We have a different question. What? God's damn it, Jarek. You could have at least finished so I wouldn't have had to clean up your mess. Seeing how you made such quick progress in fixing that Talos and all, he was probably thinking you could help change things around here. I think he may be right. Gather your friends and I'll tell you what you want to know.
Magnus's wife was a miner, you know. Greatest prospector there ever was.
There's the voice acting. I was wondering, because we hadn't gotten any for this whole segment yet.
When the golem heart started failing, she was the first to head out in search of more. Problem was, most of the veins ran dry ages ago, and finding fresh ones to tap's only gotten harder. But she wasn't one to be deterred. She just kept digging deeper and deeper. And then the mine collapsed.
Oh.
We labored day and night to clear away the rubble, but it took us 2 months to find her.
Oh.
To find her body.
Oh. Well... Yeah, that explains why people around here aren't too,
Magnus has never been the same since.
Yeah, understandable. Makes sense. Well, time to go find the Golem Heart.
Where is he, if you don't mind my asking?
Ah, yes, well... If he's not here, there's only one other place he'd be.
You know, we did see this graveyard. This does make sense.
What? Oh, you again. How many times must I tell you? The trolley won't run! We'd be better off dismantling the damn thing and selling the parts for scrap. Now, piss off back to wherever you came from. And don't let me catch you around here again.
What were their names?
My son was named Skuli. My wife, Agna. Being here with them, it beats going home. Home stopped being home when I lost them. I thought to try and drown my sorrows, but somehow the bottle's never deep enough.
No bottle is. Believe me, I know.
You've lost someone too?
Not like you. Not my own flesh and blood. I grew up an orphan, so I never really knew what family meant. Not until I met a man who offered to take me in and make me his pupil. He was a kindly soul, always looking out for me, like a father. Not that I appreciated that at the time, or anything else for that matter. But I finally had a family. And then I robbed a young girl of hers. I did my best to make amends, to offer her comfort. But the more I look back on it, the more I realize just how inadequate my efforts were. I let her down. That is why I refuse to let her legacy die. In the end, all we can do is press on, for those we have lost, for those we can yet
You
save.
can't just say the line again. It gets me every time, Thancred.
And that requires your Talos. Please, Magnus. You are our only hope of reaching Nabarth Araeng.
Sad Thancred moments.
What rubbish.
Well, he tried.
She's not gone. No matter what you say or believe, she's not. We can still bring her back.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. At what cost, indeed? Not for those damned Talos, she'd... I wish there was more we could do for you, I truly do, but after Agna's accident, no one is allowed near those mines. Why must he always treat me like this? Full well do I know the pain of loss and how heavily it can weigh on one's heart. Nevertheless, there is but one way forward. We must needs procure a new heart for the Talos. Staff, knowest thou any location wherein we might find the stone we require? No matter how scant the possibility, we would seize it. I told you near all the veins were tapped dry years ago, though I suppose if you really wanted to try, you might find something at Nuvi's leavings. It was opened well before Talos became commonplace, which is why the mining there was never quite as deep. When you get there, look for Guthjon and tell him I sent you. But don't be surprised if he tells you the same thing. Thine assistance is most appreciated. Sucro, I think it best Thancred join thee in this search. Though he would be quick to deny it, his heart is in turmoil and his thoughts clouded. 'Twould be unwise to ignore his distress. I prithee attend Thancred and keep him occupied with the task at hand. Gothjon has worked in these mines longer than near anyone I know. You do well to heed his advice in there. Off to somewhere, are you? At last, to lead on the stone, we need to power the Talos. I can't very well have you go on your own. Lead the way. But there's side quest, Thancred! Woo! Have you seen a charm like this before? I found it among the stones brought from the mine. A lot of the workers wear these for good luck. I expect whoever lost it is wondering where it went. It's the first time I've seen one made from cat's eye, so the owner shouldn't be too hard to track down. I'd go and look for them myself, but I've got too much to do here. Would you be able to go in my place? The graveyard keeper is quite knowledgeable about charms and whatnot, so it might be worth asking him. Especially with how we're asking a graveyard keeper about this, I suspect whoever's charm this is not currently living. It just makes sense for, like, efficiency reasons to do the Ether Current quests, and they've been, like, for the most part, they're pretty, like, interesting world building, so it's nice to, like, at least take a peek at each of the quest lines as we pass by them. What's that you have there? Made from the precious stone known as cat's eye, rather than an actual feline eyeball, which would be a poor choice for a variety of reasons. Thank you, description writer, I guess. I wonder what a cat's eye carbuncle would look like. Yeah, that black rose one in Stormblood was pretty important. Oh yes, cat's eye charms like this were once used to ward off misfortune. The tradition began with the Church of the First Light, and the gem represents their patron deity. Even though no one follows that old religion anymore, some of its customs remain, especially among the miners. You don't see many this exquisite, though. I seem to remember the fellow with an eye patch kept a similar charm around his neck. It might even be the exact same one. I never caught his name, but he's not hard to miss. The last I saw of him, he was leaving to mine Nuvi's leavings with some of the others. So we're headed to more or less the same place, so I should talk to Thancred again. I'd say we're long overdue for a good turn. I can only hope the gods feel the same way. Now, Nuvi's leavings was to the south, was it? Let's get going. That would make sense, I suppose. Though an emerald carbuncle is, like, very blue and has a red gem in the forehead. Though all carbuncles seem to have... Well, they have a red mark. I guess it's not a gem, I think. So who really knows? Oh, I didn't notice you there. What do you want? Where did you get this? Gods, how could I have been so careless? This was all my sister left behind before she... Look, I'd rather not talk about it, but I appreciate you bringing this back to me. It means a lot. Hooray. And now, 2 quest ones to be found. places we've yet to be. The way you described it, I was expecting the place to be abandoned. Perhaps our fortunes are finally improving, though we should probably hear what Guthjon has to say before we celebrate, assuming we can find him, that is. Megalobat. Ba-da-ba-ba. Interesting still that these are called gnomes. The Megalobat is not aggressive. I actually think I mentioned in a recent stream at some point that it was weird how they forgot non-aggressive enemies were a thing, but here we have some. There just haven't been that many. Is this our man? Seems to be. Judging by the name hovering above him. Oh, I know I outleveled them. I mean, like, I don't mean like... What I meant to say is that everything is like marked with the red mark of like these will attack you if you're in their level range and you get close. And as the game has progressed, there have been less like ones marked with blue, meaning that they won't attack you unless you attack them first, like the bats here. But like everything right now is non-aggressive because I am too far above the level. But that's not what I was talking about. Who are you and what are you doing in here? Well, you should have listened to Thaf. You're wasting your time. But this site is not as developed as the others, is it not? Surely there must be something left. I should explain. The stone you're looking for is leonine. All the Talos in the Hills of Amber are powered using them. Or were, at least. Anyway, whatever's left, if anything, is too far below to be safely excavated. In the deepest reaches of the mine, we use Talos to keep the pathways from collapsing. They're still there, but they could give out at any time, which is why much of the mine is closed off. Then our only option is to search the higher levels for any fragments of leonine that may have been overlooked. I suppose there may be one other way. Well, don't leave us in suspense. What you're asking for is a trade secret. I'll need to be duly compensated in exchange. Fine, what do you want? The other day I found a Vobert gold piece down in the mines. A bloody Vobert gold piece! And wouldn't you know it, I dropped the damn thing somewhere while I was working. Find it and I'll tell you what you want to know. You drive a hard bargain, sir, but we'll take it. Seems we have our work cut out for us, Sucro. Thankfully, I have an idea for how we might hurry things along. Oh, you didn't know that was a thing? Yeah, that's what these marks above the enemy mean. Like, the red ones here are aggressive, and the blue mark over here is not aggressive, I think. Do I have a... well... See, if I am a level 70 Marauder, for whatever reason, the bat doesn't care. But if I were to do that near the gnomes, I would be quickly obliterated, probably. I wasn't working that deep in the mines, so don't go searching too far. No problem. As I'm sure you've noticed, despite their best efforts to illuminate the corridors, it's rather dark in here, meaning it will be that much harder to find a single coin hiding in the shadows. That's why I propose we use these, sun drops. They help the eye take in more light. Why don't you start your search further in, and I handle this area here. I'll retrace your steps in case you happen to miss it. If you feel the drop's effects wearing off, I can give you more, so don't worry. Dark sight. Able to see with little illumination. Thancred just has these, I guess. You search the shadows but find nothing. Perhaps the gold piece lies elsewhere. Normally, I suppose this would be more difficult, what with the aggressive enemies around. Nothing here. Game design tells me that it's going to be in the furthest away examinable location. Most likely. In other words, this one. A glint catches your eye. You turn over a rock and find the Vobert gold piece. I mean the Verbert. I just remembered how to say that. It's not Vobert, it's Verbert. Currency minted by the Kingdom of Verbert. I was hoping you dropped the gold piece somewhere closer to the entrance. More fool me for thinking Lady Luck was on our side. Nope, I found it, it's fine. Or maybe she is, yours at least. In the end, my contribution was little more than poor company. I couldn't have done it without your sun drops. So you say, but you have a proven knack for success regardless of circumstances. I doubt very much I could have discovered it unassisted. I only managed to survive the Kurthan wilderness and the Imperial capital by virtue of extensive preparation, a habit of mine since childhood, and one of my few positive traits which endeared me to Louis Sois, I imagine. It hasn't been easy finding ways to compensate for my condition. Every tool and trinket has proven vital to my continued success, such as it is. Had I chosen to pursue the arcane arts rather than espionage, well, I'd rather not think on it. So long as I have the means to protect those dear to me and to see my duties through, that's all that matters. Now let's hurry and see that return to Guthjon. The sooner we get back to Urianger and Menphilia, the better. You're back. Wait, does that mean... Ta-da! I'll be damned, you actually found it. Well, a deal's a deal, but I don't think this means you'll find what you're after. Perhaps our luck really is starting to turn around. To be honest, I wasn't sure you could pull it off, but you did and I'm a man of my word. Come with me. I hope you waited for the sun drops to wear off. They work wonders in the dark, but in the light of day they'll only bring you pain. Oh, they haven't worn off yet. Okay, there, it's fine now. Yeah, looking up at that, especially, would have made that pretty bad, probably. Every time I step out of those mines, the sky seems to get brighter. I'd never leave them if the air weren't so stale. But you're not come to hear my grievances. You're after Leonine. First, I have to ask, you ever heard of rockworms? Rockworms? I know them by another name, though I'm fairly certain the locals call them knockers. Aye, that they do. Whatever you want to call them, those little bastards may be the answer to your troubles. They can fit through cracks and crevices down where we could never hope to reach, and on occasion they come back with something valuable. Gasp. They dig up Leonine in the mines? It's a rare occurrence, but yes. That said, it usually amounts to no more than a few flakes. Well, our only other option sounds tantamount to suicide, so how can we draw out these rockworms? Over by that shack, you'll find a bag full of smoke bombs. Set off a few in the mines and you'll flush them out in no time. Once they're out in the open, knock them senseless and check their bags. I should warn you that this method of mining, if you can even call it that, is used as a last resort on account of what little they're like to bring back. You want to cover as much ground as you can if you hope to find anything of value. Assuming you do find something, bring it here and I'll have a look. Nod. We should split up if we're to cover more ground as he suggests. If you can cover these 3 areas on your map, I'll see to the parts between them. Time to get outrageously good drop luck, but like in canon as part of the story. The rockworms would surely never bring back a complete and exactly what we need stone of Leonine. Definitely not. That would be so unlikely. The acrid smoke from bombs such as this is said to drive knockers into a frenzy. I wonder why the locals call them that. I did forget to speak to that person, so maybe they would have explained. Probably has something to do with the sound that they make or something of that nature. If I had to guess. The air in the mines grows thick with smoke. Nearby, you hear the soft rumbling of stones. Oh, they're tiny goblins. Oh, okay, we're going to get a whole bunch of, like, small rocks. And see what we can get from those. Fair enough. We're not just going to miraculously find one that's really powerful. Immediately. I was about to say, oh, I hit level 88, because I, like, immediately forgot that I did that already earlier. You ever just suddenly realize something, like, way after you've already realized it? Brains are weird. Well there. I'm accidentally, like, moving forward a lot more than I intended. Well, time to raise this number again. As long as I can run smoothly in a circle, it's probably fine. Yeah, it's probably the controller in some weird way. It wasn't doing this before. Maybe something about the problems I mentioned previously where the power flickered off and on like 7 times during a thunderstorm, which made the controller forget buttons. Maybe that did something to the controller's like internal mechanisms or whatever. I found my fair share of rocks. Hopefully there's leonine among them. There you are. Find anything promising? A chunk of rock taken from the hide of a knocker. Between the two of you, I'd say you've got quite the haul. Best get comfortable, friend. It's going to take time for me to sift through all this. Great, time to talk with Thancred then. Maybe.
You may not remember this about Arminfilia. But prior to founding the Path of the 12, long before the Scions, she was something of a miner.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that detail.
After her father died, Flamine took her in and taught her the trade.
Flamine. I think you rolled that together a bit more than I was expecting.
I think they were both seeking to fill the void left by a loved one. Maybe that's why she took to it so readily. Back in those days, I spent most of my time in the Quicksand, or some other tavern, loosening tongues and gathering secrets. Occasionally, I'd catch a glimpse of her in the street, on her way home after another hard day's work. I always felt a wave of relief when I saw she'd come back safe, along with a pang of guilt at the fact I wasn't there to support her as I should have been. Simply speaking with her more than once in a blue moon would have been a good start, but I could never bring myself to do it. Instead, I threw myself into my work and became every drunkard's best friend.
I can't imagine she thought too highly of you back then, or not your finest hour to say the least. Choose your way of dunking on Thancred. I'll go with the second one. Not your finest hour, I guess.
Far from it, and Flamine has never let me live it down. But that was a lifetime ago. Here and now I have another chance to do things right, and I will not squander it again.
Hey! Come and see what I found! You're not going to believe this.
I think we could just get like one of those big dunk tanks of water, like you'd have at a carnival. I think we could do that sort of dunking. Or just the basketball hoop.
Tell me it's leonine.
It is at that. You lot were born lucky. It's mostly broken pieces. But look at this.
We did still get the one large, intact, perfectly usable
This is a rather
one.
fine specimen.
It's been decades since we found anything approaching this big. But that's not all. There's an engraving on it.
Ah, these scratches here. They're a little hard to make out.
Huh.
To my beloved Magnus and Schoolie.
Well, what are the odds of that? Very low, I would say.
Yes! Do you see? It was a gift to Magnus from his wife. She found it. She really found it. She must have spent her final hours carving this message into the stone, in the hope that he might see it one day. Those rock-backed bastards must have made off with it before we could clear a path to her. It's fate that brought you here to find this stone. No other explanation. It makes me wonder what else might still be buried in these parts.
That really is an extreme amount of luck. But it just goes to show you that even when things seem dire, they can take a surprising turn. For the better. I'd hoped we'd find Leonine, but to find that particular specimen is nothing short of a miracle. I wouldn't believe it had I not seen it for myself. Before you set it in the Talos, would you take it to Magnus? For 3 long years, he's believed she's died for nothing. He must know the truth, that her sacrifice was not in vain. We'll take it straight to him. You have my word. Thank you, Guthjon, for all your help. Wave. Right then, let's not keep everyone waiting. But there's side quest again. Actually, that was probably where an ether current was that I could have gone and gotten, and I don't think I did. Southeast, you say? Yep, that would have been over here somewhere. Maybe we're going back over there, actually. This one has a picture, meaning it's going to go somewhere. Say, perhaps you could help me? Questioning head tilt. As you've no doubt noticed, most of Twine's miners are Ronso. There's a Mistel lad, though, the only one of his kind in the whole town. His name's Sat. A bit of a loner, always digging by himself in places where you'll be lucky to find a few lumps of coal, never mind gems and such. I often ask him why he doesn't mine the same spots as the rest of us, but he never gives me a proper answer. I dare say he would be more inclined to speak with an outsider, though. If you could get the truth out of him and see if anything is the matter, it would put my mind at ease. I probably will not pursue this entire questline. What's up, Sat? A traveler, eh? What do you want with me? Heard you mine in weird spots. What's up with that? Lucky to find a couple of lumps of coal. Is that what he said? Shows how much he knows. Questioning head tilt. You, on the other hand, might be a better audience for my master plan. Have you ever heard of an ally called Nabathium? It's strong, light, and resistant to heat and friction. It was one of the most valuable metals in Nabath Araeng, and a lot of their jewelry was made from the stuff. The trouble is, the techniques for mixing the alloy were lost to the flood. I've been looking for a way to make my own, and my search led me to a scroll that explains the methods right down to the last detail. After having a historian decipher it, I learned that I lacked one vital ingredient: Rudabite, and that's what I'm digging for. Questioning head tilt. Short of venturing into the empty, my next best option is to look for a vein here in Araeng. Of course, I'd stand a much better chance of finding one if I had help, but I'd rather not have to rely on anyone from around here. Some of the Ronso miners take exception to the fact that I'm Mistel. They seem to think we're not built for this kind of work. When I find that Rudabite, they'll see how wrong they are. You know, this is the first time I've said more than about 2 words to anyone in a while, and I feel better for getting that off my chest. This might be a bit sudden, but I have an idea. How would you like to see the moment I finally unearth that vein of ore? Well, what I really mean is that I need someone there to act as a witness. Otherwise, the others might think I bought a lump of it from somewhere, ludicrously expensive as it is, and I'm pretending to have dug it up myself. Will you do me this favor? Nod. You will? Thank you. Luckily, I found the perfect spot for my next dig. My miner's hunch is correct. The ore should be waiting just below the surface. It's Anuvi's leaving, so I'll wait for you there. Well, this will afford me the opportunity to go get an ether current that I missed. It's probably down there somewhere. Or maybe it's on the other side of the whole bridge situation, actually, and I just never grabbed it. It's probably actually... Oh yeah, it could also be down here somewhere. You're right, you're right. Yeah, okay. This is not actually in a place I can go to right now. Most likely. I wasn't gauging the distance that it was telling me very effectively. By which I mean I don't know what numbers mean sometimes. But that's fine. Oop. If I notice this controller not working as well in any other instances, I'm probably gonna have to get another one. That's true. Well, this doesn't seem to be going too well for KeySat. But that's fine. I helped. I'm glad that's over. How am I supposed to concentrate on my work with all these creatures disturbing me? You certainly know how to handle yourself, though. That fee never stood a chance. But I dread to think what would have happened if you hadn't shown up. Hopefully nothing else will try to get between me and my dream. Many thanks, my friend. Well, good luck. Bye. I mean, that questline seems interesting. And I wouldn't mind continuing it, but also, I really want to continue the main questline is the problem. I did say that one time, or more than once, that I'm not really in a hurry to get through Shadowbringers, but at the same time, I would love to see more Shadowbringers faster. Gods, what do we say? That's a good question, Thancred. I'm sure we'll find out. I'm sure we'll think of a solution. What? Oh, it's you. If you've come to complain about the trolley, you'll find no sympathy from me. I told you before it won't run, and you wouldn't listen. Oh, but it will, now that we have this. Ta-da! Your name is engraved on it, along with your son's. It was a gift from your wife, Magnus, from Agna. As extremely unlikely as this seems, no, she couldn't have. Agna. Take it. Do with it what you will. Are you certain? It would delay our plans, but... I said take it. It was you who found it, you who needs it. Looking at the stone, all I can see is... Please, just leave me be. I hope you'll be there when the Talos stirs to life. I'm sure she'd want you to see it. Would you do the honors of delivering this to Urianger? Nod. A rare mineral used to power the Talos in the Hills of Amber. Yeah, Shadowbringers definitely does have that effect on people. Sorry I couldn't be of more help. By the sounds of it, you have a knack for handling strange requests. On the bright side, Urianger taught me a lot about the Talos and their hearts. I think I can help if they need further repairs. You're a quick learner. Finally, we can move on to araeng, assuming this works, of course. You found Leonine, truly? Then what are we waiting for? Let's get that trolley moving. You what? By the gods, I didn't think it possible. Thou art returned, and with Leonine, it would seem. As promised, the Talos hath been made ready to receive its heart, thanks in no small part to Jarek Thafin Minfilia. At last we shall return time to the timeless, the sentinel of stone, that we may press on towards araeng. Thank you for your wise words, ancient sorcerer, once again. I'm going to keep saying that. Very good, now let us begin.
Preparations for the enchantment are complete. When the heart hath been suffused with a sufficient quantity of ether, the golem should be restored to life.
All right then. Whenever you're ready.
Nod. That does seem more restoring it to life than it was before. So does that. The theme. I love the Shadowbringers theme starting up for any reason.
It's working! It's working! Magnus!
You left me for this? This wretched heap of stone and rubble?
Not exactly.
This worthless pile of earth? And yet,
She knew how important it was.
I can't.
Minfilia? Oh yeah, I can see how she would connect some dots there.
What troubleth thee, child?
I shouldn't be here. I don't deserve to be. I don't deserve any of the things you've done for me. I'm just a burden, helpless and hopeless. If tomorrow came and I was gone, it would be better for everyone.
No. Don't say things like that.
Thancred most of all. He'll never admit it, but I can see it in his eyes. I wish he'd just say it. Just say that he hates me, that he wishes I was dead so that she could return.
Jeez. So many people are
None of this is thy doing, child.
patting Minfilia on the head today.
'Twas I who set the Oracle on her path unto the first. I who condemned you all to suffer these torments. 'Tis my sin alone, and one that will haunt me unto my dying day.
Araeng, you can't blame yourself for this either. You didn't know everything that would happen.
Yet I dare not dwell overlong on my many regrets, for the world is a tapestry of fates, interwoven and inseparable. And we who strive to better it cannot choose but make difficult decisions. For naught of worth was ever achieved without sacrifice. And thus must man ever struggle to weigh life against loss. The one for whom thou mournest beareth no grudge. Were she here, she would not suffer thee to languish
It really
in
does.
sorrow. She would tell thee to seek thine own path, thine own purpose. It is a truth which I myself was slow to learn. Yet a truth it remaineth. Thou needst but have faith, and all will be well.
Yeah, Shadowbringers writing is like really good. Oh hey, we heard all of that, I guess. Go to her. Thancred.
Not today.
Yeah, I didn't think you would. The writing is just... There's a lot that's really good about Shadowbringers. Meanwhile, in the Crystarium, the Crystal Exarch is learning how to do a funny dance by watching videos on YouTube. No, actually not. But what if he was, though? Damn, crazy luck those guys have, says the Exarch.
To what do I owe the pleasure that is your extended stay?
I believe it was mentioned at some point last time. Or recently. Someone pointed out how it seemed like the Exarch and Emmett were avoiding talking to one another in cutscenes. And now they're the only two here.
Oh, to the tediousness of our heroes' present endeavors.
Yes, the funny dance of evil. Famously, there's lots of tutorials for evil dancing on YouTube. I've never checked, there might be.
Insufferable abundance of light in araeng. I should be glad to keep my distance.
I'm rather fond of sleep, you know. It's a wonderful way to pass the time.
That is one of the best parts about sleep, I guess.
Not that my compeers would agree, mind you. Always on the move, the lot of them. Like La Hebrea, constantly jumping from vessel to vessel.
Though I often find myself not wanting to sleep, for it feels like the time is wasted.
Such fire, such determination. So much passion, fleeting and forgotten. Come to think of it, Exarch, I don't believe I've ever seen you retire to your chambers for so much as 40 winks. However do you keep your eyes from closing?
Well, you see, Emet-Selch, the Exarch wears the hood that obscures his eyes, so that you can never see that he's secretly taking a nap all the time. He's taking a nap right now.
Cold shoulder. You wound me, sir.
If his shoulder is made of crystal, there's a good chance that it is actually literally cold. As well, maybe.
Always so guarded in our every interaction. Interactions you curiously refrain from sharing with the Scions and their champion.
Oh? Have you been interacting often, then? How interesting.
And risk souring your budding relationship? I think not. Much as I dislike you, there are more useful targets for her energies. And I am not in the habit of pointing her at my enemies like a weapon.
So the Crystal Exarch doesn't think getting rid of Emmet is worth it, I guess, at the moment? I don't know. Appears to respect
Is that
Sucro.
right? Fond of her, are you? You continue to fascinate me, Exarch.
He's a very mysterious
But tell me,
individual.
Who are you? The once great nation whose ingenuity gave birth to this tower was shaped by my hand. As such, I know full well the wonders it can facilitate and those it cannot. There is nothing in these walls which could have aided you in summoning our dear friend across time and space. Much less in possession of her mortal flesh. Not even I could have performed such a feat.
I see. You had a hand in Alag as well. You would know what I am? I am the adjudicator of the sacred history with which you dared trifle. I am keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom. The wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere. The great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift.
That's extremely vague and vaguely ominous. Keeper of this tower's boundless wisdom, the wisdom of ages without age, of everywhere and nowhere, the great work of those who tamed the wings of time and grasped the nature of the rift? What does that even mean?
'Tis a boon born of the sacrifice of brave heroes who gave their lives for a brighter future. I will not see their hopes and dreams squandered. The history which led us here will be unwritten. I promise you that.
Well, it seems we're both eager to fulfill our duties then.
On that much, we are in agreement.
I'm not sure I can decipher the meaning in his words. I'm fine, really. It's just been a long day. I only want what's best for her, if only she could see that. Maybe she would see that if you could show it to her, Thancred. Mine apologies for the delay. Minfilia and I had a private matter to discuss. Which bringeth me to the question, how didst thou find Thancred during your search? He spoke of Minfilia, of his own accord, I see. 'Tis well that he did, and with such candor. I attempted to broach the subject before. Mine intention was to ensure no words remained unspoken between them, lest tragedy intercede. A regret I myself know all too well. Alas, in the end he refused to heed my counsel. A time will come when they must face the reality of their circumstances, but I have faith that all will be well in time. Now let us not tarry any longer. The Talos and Nabath Araeng await. Magnus maketh ready for our departure even as we speak. Might I prevail upon thee to inquire as to his progress? I will. Once I take a moment, once again, to be right back. It's important to take breaks. Always remember the wise words of Wii Sports. hello. In the stream break screen as the full party, what jobs were everyone? The ninja was the Guild Wars 2 character on the far left, and the hamster was a dancer. Possibly because in the still in progress, I haven't worked on it recently, gambling minigame, which you can see on this screen over here, she's doing a little funny dance. And that's basically the only reason that I could think of. But I don't know. Also, that Guild Wars 2 character is liable to be removed from that screen next time I do any drawing of any sort. Because that is no longer going to be the Guild Wars 2 character in all likelihood if I do stream that. And also I have an Elder Scrolls Online character and a Street Fighter 6 character to draw at some point, potentially. And I believe that their classes would respectively be Summoner or Monk. And as such, the full party would be retained. And still have the correct distribution of roles. Summoner primarily because she shoots lasers and has a book. I guess summoners shoot lasers, kind of, sometimes. Just thinking about the trolley speeding down the tracks, gears whirring, gods, I can't stop smiling. You've done us a kindness far greater than we deserve. Thank you, I mean it. Full steam ahead. Magnus is grinning from ear to ear, it said. It's been years since I've seen a Talos in such fine shape. Would that Agna was here to see it, or our son. I was ready to let her dreams die down there in the mines. Even after you'd found the Leonine, I refused to believe it would work. Gods, what a fool I was. But I tell you now, I'm going to take good care of this Talos for both their sakes. On behalf of my family and all the miners of the Twine, thank you. Or miners of Twine, thank you. Well, enough chitter-chatter. Let's get you lot to araeng, eh? Everything seems to be in order. I take it the Talos' presence resolves the issue of the gate? Oh, that, yes. It's designed to open at the Talos' approach. Then we can finally go to araeng. Nod. You certainly can. All that remains is a final check of the control box over at the mines. You hear that, boys? Get that Talos over to the mines and keep a close eye on it around the curves, understood? Yes, sir. Wave. Or greeting, or something, or goodbye, maybe. Let us repair to the mines, then. Nod. Before we go... While you were away with Sucro, I prepared an extra set of cartridges for you. And this one, it's the practice cartridge you gave me. I know I should have thrown it away ages ago, but I've been adding a little extra to it every day. After so many charges, I'm honestly not sure what it will do, but I wanted you to have it. For luck. Minfilia, we should hurry. Magnus and the others are probably wondering where we are. That seems important. Thancred obtained a key item. But yeah, to answer your question, if you didn't hear my answer, the Guild Wars 2 character was the ninja, the hamster was a dancer. And the Guild Wars 2 character is likely to be replaced by a different character who would be something else that's still a DPS. So that would actually still work out. If I do stream Guild Wars 2 at present, it seems like the most likely Guild Wars 2 class to be a good idea to stream as would actually be Necromancer, which was not one of the ones I looked at and was talking about considering. This is because of the most recent balance changes being whack. After reading through them and seeing what everyone else in the official Guild Wars 2 forums had to say about them. It seems like the Mirage, who I was considering, is being nerfed again in a significant way. Engineer is probably still fine. And also, like, the Guild Wars 2 character that there is art of, like last time I mentioned what Guild Wars 2 characters I would consider, I mentioned I'd realized through research that actually that would be a bad idea, so I wouldn't be playing as her anyway. But Necromancer seems like the current good idea because evidently, currently in Guild Wars 2 meta, one type of Necromancer, the Reaper, seems to be considered really good, and also really you don't need to use your brain to play as this. And the weird patch notes have no changes to Reaper whatsoever, which seems like that's going to mean that Reaper will be good for a long time, unless they suddenly like bury it in the ground in the next update, or they see that feedback and do something about it. But I'm not likely to be getting to Guild Wars 2 anytime soon regardless, so that is still subject to change. All appeareth ready for the grand departure, but yet one task yet remaineth. I like the Talos pushing the trolley. I know what you're thinking, and I will talk to her when the time is right. Is this not the most beautiful sight you've ever seen? Oh, if only I could capture this moment in a painting or even a quick pencil sketch. You seem pretty good at everything. You wouldn't happen to be an artist too, would you? Not until they add Pictomancer, if they do that. Ever since we got the Talos moving again, Jarek has been acting strangely. Perhaps strange isn't the right word, more overexcited, but as long as he gets the job done, I suppose I can't complain. Luckily, Thaf and Jarek didn't spend the last few years trying to drink themselves to death and had the good sense to maintain this stuff. I'll have to thank them later. I stopped in the middle of that text box and started over a phrase because I thought I had missed a word, but I in fact did not. So this is it. We're finally going to araeng. I thought long and hard about what to say to her, to the real Minfilia. I hoped when the time came I would know, but with every step we take, I feel more uncertain. There's no reason to give up though, not when so much is at stake. Thank you, all of you, for helping me to get here. Now let's not keep Magnus waiting. This is going to be a fight somehow. There you are, so what do you think? A little primitive looking, I'll admit, but Daedalus Stoneworks has always favored a simple, intuitive design, and that philosophy has served us well enough. Much of the trolley network uses single tracks, making it easy for the Talos to navigate them as needed. And plotting a route is so simple, even we can do it, which makes for fewer accidents in transit. Speaking of which, are you ready to board? Alright then, watch your step. Time to fight stuff on a minecart just like Final Fantasy VI. Even though the last expansion was the one that was very Final Fantasy VI inspired. Or maybe not, I don't know for sure. What's up, Ariange?
Ariange?
Thou must needs carry on without me. The path to araeng lieth open. Whilst thou travellest thither to the south, I would apprise Mistress Elise and the others of our progress.
You know, that makes sense, that's fair.
As circumstances permit, I will thereafter rejoin the hunt for the remaining Light Wardens.
That's fair and it makes sense, although we will not have a healer without you. But I guess that's probably okay. Maybe. Maybe that's fine?
Will the gate close immediately after the trolley passes through?
No, it will stay open until someone closes it manually. Built that way to prevent any untimely accidents.
Then you and the others can meet us in Nabarth Araeng, after giving the Ilmorans the slip.
Nod.
Araeng. Thank you for everything.
Remember, thou needst but have faith.
If you've finished with your goodbyes, I suggest you grab hold of something. Be a shame if you took a tumble.
As long as we're not in combat, it wouldn't matter. Remembers that this is a combat duty. Oh no! Various nodding that I forgot to mention, I think, because I was looking away for a second.
Shape, so the trolley can only go as far as Malik. Godspeed!
Here we go! But, like, right. We were wondering earlier why we needed to do this, and I guess it's the gate.
Ah, that must be the gate. Well, so far so good.
Oh.
Wait, is that Ranjit?
Just standing in the road. He just kicked the trolley. Well. How long was he standing there, do you think?
Aren't you?
How long was this guy waiting for that?
One who has mastered Gukumats fears not the blackest pit or the fieriest hell.
What's Gukumats? Tell me more.
Your deeds in the east did not go unnoticed. Long have I lain in wait, and sure enough, you did not disappoint.
Okay, he does say he waited for a long time. I was here for 3 days.
Had you only sworn fealty to Lord Vorthry, you'd have no cause to skulk about like frightened animals. You will remain
maybe?
as you are, while I dispatch these villains.
No, I won't. I won't let you.
You forget to whom you speak. Who armed you, trained you, fought and killed 1,000 sin-eaters with you? And when you were inevitably cut down and lay lifeless in my arms, who sought out your successor to carry on the futile struggle again and again?
So here's a twist. Thancred is not the only one who sees this Minfilia as reminding him of previous Minfilias. In fact, Ranjit is even more stuck on the idea that this is the same Minfilia and not her own person than Thancred ever was.
We seek to bring peace to what is left of this shattered land, while these mad fools would only bring further chaos down upon us. Do not be deceived, child. Only by Lord Vorthry's hand will this dying world know a sliver of salvation.
I don't know about the world, but I never asked to be saved. However much it hurts, and however hard it gets, it's my life, and I want to live it on my own terms!
Gasp.
And those mad fools you want me to abandon, the ones I've traveled with, fought with, and may one day die with, they feel the same. So no, I will not be deceived, no matter what you say. I refuse to believe it's all for nothing. They're everything to me. All I have, and all I need. And I would gladly do anything for them. Let us pass, or kill me. I'm not leaving here without them.
How dare you! Very well. If you would cast your lot with villains, then you shall share their fate.
I heard what you said, and I'm sorry for all the things I've left unspoken. You have to go, now!
Thancred, no!
Go! Do what you came here to do. I'll not have you waste that newfound resolve on me. I leave her in your hands. Hurry!
Oh right, this is what this fight is? I remember this part. I was actually wondering where this was, but it's here. Okay, bye! Nope.
Not another step. Your fight is with me.
Tank stance, motherfucker.
You think yourself her protector? As if a whelp like you could be a better father to her than me!
In the coming battle, you will fight as Thancred! Surprise! It's one of these again. So when I said Thancred wouldn't get to do anything, first of all, he gets to do this. Second of all, Thancred is pretty cool, I guess. So we have our combo, we have our heal, we have tank button, tank buster thing. We have our gap closer. We have a buff. Smackdown. Accuracy increase is very weird. Hello and welcome. It's Thancred. We also have a duty action that is currently listed as unusable. Whatever it takes, I swear I will end you. You lied to yourself as you lied to her. I lied, kept secrets, but no more. She deserves better. A life of pain, of ceaseless conflict and despair. The dragon says Gror, by the way. And Gra. There is no escape. From what? Your lightning fields that are over there that I'm not standing in? This is Thancred.
This is going well.
Vanity? Is that the name of your dragon? Or is that what you're accusing me of? Beast of your blood? Hey, have we had an enemy limit break us before? Because we... Oh yeah, you do that! I forgot you fuse with your dragon. Ha, so you really are a monster. Wow, that is Legend of Dragoon Dragon, you're right. Better a monster than a deceiver, a spinner of foolish dreams and false hopes. There is no folly in hope. I said as much myself once. I was wrong. Never again. You but delay the inevitable. Damn it, I need time to line up a clean shot. Whoop. I suppose if there's no other way.
When will you learn?
I hate learning. Serpent heads. When you're dead and buried. This is probably a great time to use Nebula. Yield now and I will grant you a quick death. But we've only just begun. This was a bad time to use Nebula, actually. Evade Ranjit using perfect deception. What is this foolishness?
Not good.
What is perfect deception? Strain is more than I remember. At least I can get that shot. Fire a round from your gunblade. Shining blade! Or not. Shining blade! Haha! You would court death for mere parlor tricks? My life would be but a small price to pay. Then pay it you shall. Good banter in this fight. Bide your time for a chance to strike. Uh-oh. There we go. Yep. Fight's still happening. Ranjit fused with a dragon. As you do, in Legend of Dragoon at least. Thancred went into Death Plane stealth mode or something and did a big attack. You never understood her. I don't quite know how Thancred did that, or what exactly he did. Oh. She's not a bird to be locked away in a gilded cage. Gained from the fact that he has no ether use anymore, you say?
And you presume to be her protector?
Oh. Huh. Fascinating. Looks like I'll have to use it again then. Again with these tricks. Well, yeah, you were doing your trick again, and hey, this counter worked last time, so.
No quarter!
Bonk. You've played your hand far too early, boy. This has carried on long enough, wouldn't you agree?
Why do you persist in this folly? And that's all.
Amphilea's last cartridge. Have to make it count. There you are.
Fall!
Oh, damn. Ah, but how?
Fools to a man! Fall!
I'd hoped you would fall for it a third time. Though 2 times was perhaps already too many. No more tricks? Then let us finish this. Unceremonious beheading was the name of that attack. By the way. Incredible attack name. Banquet is not having a good time at the moment. But you've not even seen the grand finale. Just a little more. Unceremonious beheading again. Also, fool. One last disappearing act. Were you not struggling to stand? I might think you serious. Oh, I am deadly serious. Soul deep invisibility. Fool, you think the shadows will save you? By your last cartridge, leap of faith. There is no escape, do you hear me? Just a little more. Face me. It would seem he can't see where I am. There. Thank you, Minfilia, for this precious gift. To hell with you! Surprised Thancred's actually a badass. And then Ranjit's just like, oh, my dragon form. Shucks.
You would have her suffer and die. I would spare her that fate.
That is not for you or anyone else to decide ever again.
And then he just leaves. And Thancred's not having a great time.
Not a single day goes by that I don't think about all that you have given me. Countless memories and moments I took for granted. Gods, you grew up so fast. But you had to, didn't you? For those you had lost.
You can't just keep saying the line.
Save.
You're gonna get me every time. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but also you do get me every time with that line.
For which you gave your everything.
Every time.
Without hesitation. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. Then and now.
This is a great moment, though.
One last time, with a little help. I'm so proud to have been a part of your life. Oh, Minfilia.
It's fine. It says his journey will never end there in the song. He's probably not dead. Who would tank for us in duty support if Thancred died? Don't worry about it. It's mechanically impossible for them to kill Thancred. He just fell to 1 HP. Like a gunbreaker does. It's fine. This is the place, Sucro. This is where she stopped the flood. The last time I was here, when I felt her presence overwhelming me, I tried to pretend it wasn't happening. To just turn away. The Exarch has proven that he doesn't do well outside of the tower for long. But I can't turn away now. Not this time. For Thancred and the others, I have to face her. In the event that you leave the area, speak with the apprentice engineer at Twine and Araeng to return to Nabatarang. Right, there's no easy way to get back here for a while. However, we have to get an ether current. Let's go to the ether current. If that's possible? That might be possible. Oop. It is possible. We did a... Oh, there's another exploration one somewhere. It's... nearby-ish? but maybe not in a way that's readily obtainable immediately. Unclear. Whoops, wrong button. So it's up there and I missed it earlier. Got it. It's around here somewhere. Well, we'll worry about that later, yeah. Just gotta remember, south of the inn. I can sense her presence, albeit faintly. Come on, let's look over by the crystal wall. She was here, on the top of this building. Just quietly taking a screenshot.
Is this?
Oh yeah. You also have the echo.
Run for your lives! It's the flood! The flood!
Damn, I forgot we actually... I forgot we just got to see the thing.
There's somebody up there! On top of the palace!
It's him. It's her. It's all of them. Presumably. The Warriors of Darkness.
No, stand back. We shall stay the flood.
But this is what I want! It's my sacrifice to make!
I forgot about this scene. Oh no, Arbor.
Your time has not yet come. When all hangs in the balance, you must give them hope.
Midfilia!
Hey, that's not where we were standing a second ago. Hey, this is different.
This place. You're...
Ours is a meeting long overdue. Full glad am I that we may finally speak.
Hello. It's good to see you again. I've come at Thancred's behest, or... ... I'm not sure what to say. ... Sad face.
My dear, sweet child. Yours is a burden none should ever be forced to bear.
Interesting that the Oracle doesn't have anything to say if I say nothing.
Such pain and suffering you have endured. Yet still you came. For this and more, I thank you.
I've lost count of the times I've almost given up. If people hadn't helped me every step of the way, I never would have made it.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yet here you stand, resolved. Now, tell me your heart's desire.
To defeat the Sin Eaters, and bring this world back from the brink. The remaining Wardens have hidden themselves from us. But with the power of the Oracle, I thought we might be able to find them.
Indeed you could. Their radiance would be unmistakable. But know, my child, that the power you seek will come at a price. We stand now at the Crossroads. A decision must be made. 'Tis only natural to be afraid, to hesitate. But for your many trials, you have grown stronger and wiser. And with the love and support of those you hold dear, you have grown to love yourself.
The flood has washed away so much of this world. So many people and places and possibilities, and all the heroes who fought to protect them. Yet here the Scions are, trying so hard to help those few of us who remain, and seeing how tirelessly they work, how completely committed they are to the cause. I can't help but believe.
I'm a cat, and I'm here too.
But I want to do more than just watch and cheer. I want to make a difference. I want to help them like they helped me, and maybe even inspire others to do the same. Coming together, providing for one another. That's the only way forward I can see. Since all of our heroes are gone, we'll just have to make heroes of ourselves.
Hell yeah. And we'll do that. Even the Oracle is surprised by this.
'Tis a beautiful, wonderful dream. One we share. Though my power was all but spent in staying the flood, I prayed this final act would give hope to those who survived. That self-same hope lives on in you. It gives me comfort to know that the future is in capable hands. If ever you should falter, remember this. No one, however powerful, is immune to the whisperings of doubt and despair. Do not give in to them. But do not deny them either. Look instead to the light within, that you may continue to serve as a beacon to others.
Thank you, Minfilia, for believing in us, for believing in me.
Dearest friend, no words can express my gratitude to you for keeping her safe in these tumultuous times. You are a hero to us both.
I do my best.
But not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone.
Typically, they need 3 to 7 other people at least in some situations.
Only together may you change the fate of 2 worlds.
But what if I leveled up enough to do that unsynced? Hey, your hair is orange. And also, you're taking a nap on the ground. There are better places to take a nap than on the ground, you know. As someone named Crom might say. Or whatever he said. I was tearing up during that scene, in case that wasn't clear. Groan. What happened? I remember speaking with Minfilia, and then... Hey, your eyes are different. Gasp. Is something wrong? Your hair and your eyes, but I have to choose which one to point out.
Yeah, you should have taken that in a box, like us.
Boxes are better than the ground. I'm gonna point out the eyes, because that's clearly what Sucro was startled by. Also, that's maybe more surprising. Also, she wouldn't be able to look at that herself, where she could look at her own hair more easily without a mirror. It's simply the more practical option. Your eyes have changed. A parting gift, I think. Maybe she would know, though. Until now, I've walked the path she set before me. The path she set before all of the Minfilias. But she's given me a new path, a new life that I can call my own. And even though she's gone, I can still feel her, warm and calm and gentle. Like, feel her presence and whatnot, I guess. Is what I was trying to read that, except there wasn't that word there, so I got confused, I think is what happened. I can... blah, 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 blah. Reading is difficult sometimes. I can feel the beating heart of the world, the light that swells within it. And the Light Wardens. There's one here in Araeng. Let's hurry back, the others need to know. You don't think Thancred will be angry with me, do you? It's what Minfilia wanted, I'm sure he'll understand, or there's only one way to find out. Both of these are true. He'll understand, though. I'd like to think so too, but... Shake head. Would you mind going on ahead? I'll be right behind you, I promise. Nod. I just need a moment to think. And I need to go back over here, huh? I just wanted to see if the fate that was on the map had a silly name. That probably would help a little bit. Yeah. Anyway, here's this creature. And it would seem that that is the case, yes. Armadillo. Holding a rock. Breaking it above their head. Hey, think it's okay, he's alive, yay! See, I told you he was fine. It's fine. Also, everyone else is here. You're back, we were beginning to worry about you. Sucro, thank the gods you're all right. Welcome back. I see you fared better than Thancred. Now it returned, but where is Minfilia? Oh, I like that this talus has little flowers on it. Hey, what's up?
Ah, there you are. We were worried.
Did anyone cast healing spells on you? We've got at least 2 people who can do that.
She wasn't the one that nearly got herself killed. It's a good thing Araeng called on us when he did. You were at death's door when we found you.
But thanks to your timely ministrations, I was not obliged to walk through it.
Oh, okay. They did. They did, in fact, cast healing. Detected.
Minfilia?
You saw her.
I know I haven't exactly been pulling my weight up till now, but that's all going to change, starting today. I'll do whatever it takes to make Minfilia's dream a reality.
Even his gunblade is beaten
the Light
up.
Wardens now. Maybe even help you fight them.
Like, they put a lot of attention into detail on how, like, messed up Thancred is right now. There's, like, dirt and tatters on his coat. His weapon is all scratched up. I didn't notice that before. At least I don't think I did. Once again, a head pat from Minfilia.
I'm glad you're back.
Not to mention the cuts and scrapes and whatnot, of course, but...
You don't have to say that, you know.
But I want to. Your family. How else would I feel?
Yeah, me too, Minfilia. Yeah, me too. Finally, Thancred fucking says it.
She will need a name.
A name?
A name of her own. I would not have her walk in the shadow of another any longer. And I think it a fitting tribute to our departed friend, too. At the mention of Minfilia, I would remember the woman who preserved our fellowship when all seemed lost.
Do you remember what you were called before you were taken to Yulmore?
I'm sorry, I don't. I couldn't have been very old when it happened.
Then we must think of a new name. Suggestions?
Everyone just looks at Thancred.
If the lady herself has no preference, I think the honor should rightly fall to Thancred. After all they have been through together, he's practically a father to her.
Well spotted. I'm so glad you're here to explain these things.
Thank you,
And what
Elise.
exactly is that supposed to mean?
Oh, nothing.
Thank you, Elise.
What about Reen?
Reen? Wait, it's not Rhine? Wait, what? Hey, I was going to do a bit. No, my Xenoblade Chronicles jokes. I forgot that Thancred gave Manphilia the name also. I forgot it was Reen. I thought it was Rhine. I was about to be like, Rhine time! Oh yeah! And all that. But no. It's Reen, apparently.
Ah, blessing in Fae.
Gasp.
Wait, doth this mean thou wert listening when I delivered my lectures on the Pixies?
Not exactly, but that one word made an impression. Of course, if it's not to your liking, I can think of something else.
Reen. Yes, I rather like the sound of it.
Yay, and the text box changes too. Hello, Reen, welcome to the team. Again, but like, you're you now.
Thank you.
That settles it then. Welcome aboard, Reen.
I really did forget it wasn't pronounced Ryan, but also, I have been thinking about this the entire time. Because I did remember this, of course. Well, I say of course, but I did remember this, is what I should just say. I'm curious. Hey, Callie.
Rhine.
Well, Callie thinks it's Ryan. Hey, Callie.
Rena.
Hey, Callie. Wait, this is on cooldown. Oh no. Now it's Reen
I
time.
won't let you down.
How did I forget it was pronounced Reen? I should have inferred that from the way every Final Fantasy name is pronounced slightly differently than you'd expect, like Cecil and Tidus. Yay, and the name above her also says Reen now. I'm clapping. I applaud. This is good. This is a good moment. Also, there's an armadillo over there. Just doing armadillo stuff. Despite this glad turn of events, the suffering born of mine all too arrogant meddling paineth me still. And yet their smiles do give me hope for the morrow. Reen's ether has changed. It's taken on a faint golden hue. Curious. Do you have any idea how worried we were when word reached us that Ranjit was alive and headed for the Hills of Amber? I can't wait for this to be— I can't wait for this to be over so we can all go home. Assuming we even can. Manphilia will be sorely missed. Though it was grandfather's legacy which first brought me to Eorzea, I would never have become a scion were it not for her. Indeed, there would be no scions, and 2 worlds would be the worse for our absence. Totaro and the others will no doubt be heartbroken to hear the news of her passing. Until such time as we can return to them, however, We must keep our heads held high. Though we have lost one scion, we have gained another after all. I'm going to make a statement that refers to how I don't actually know anything about events past a certain point. Like, I'm going to actually do that for once. I can actually do that for once. I'm going to be sad if Reen has no way to journey to the source with us and has to stay here forever. Like, I know that she was born here. This is her home, but I would like her to be able to visit. I know nothing about whether or not this is possible, but I guess I'll see sometime in the future. Thank you for standing by Reen and Minfilia. I'm sure it meant a lot to her seeing you one last time. Would that I could have been there to hear what words were exchanged between them. When all this is over, perhaps I'll ask. When all of this is over. A fresh start. For perhaps the first time, the look on Reen's face is one of utter relief. I think this is a good time to take another break. First. Hold on, I have to go be tearing up in another room for a second, or something like that. Hello, I am here again. And yeah, Shadowbringers is very good. A lot of good stuff happened. Like, that whole part was good. We also had some very interesting stuff, like Emmett Selk talking to the Exarch while nobody else was around, which is not something we had seen before. Lots of interesting stuff today on Final Fantasy XIV. What's up, Reen? It's nice to be able to call you by your name instead of saying Minfilia. Not just because I knew that you were supposed to be Reen, but also just because it's nice to use someone's correct name, you know? I honestly don't know how to repay you for all you've done, but I promise to do whatever I can to help. Nod. Are you certain you're up to fighting so soon? I can't imagine the power of the Oracle is something one learns to wield in the space of a few hours. Maybe not, but the presence of the Light Wardens is unmistakable to me now. In fact, I sense one here in Araeng to the west. I think it might be hiding underground. Underground? Then it's as we suspected. Nod. We thought it prudent to take a brief survey of the area prior to your arrival. To the west, we found the remains of a site known as Malikah's Well. If I recall correctly, the well was built in remembrance of one of the ancient kings of araeng, to serve as a source of respite from the desert heat. It fell into disuse after the flood, whereupon the miners of Araeng thought to turn it into an excavation site. Turn part of it into that. Judging by its size, the underground waterways are no doubt extensive, the perfect hiding place for a warden. Reen, are you certain you can track it down? Leave it to me. Then it's settled. We make for Malikah's Well. That certainly is or was a well of some kind. I don't remember Malikah's Well too well. Haha. Haha hee hee. Oh. The warden is down there. I can feel it. That the walls should still bear so great a burden after countless years of neglect bespeaketh the surpassing skill of their architects. I didn't expect to see Talos wandering about, much less of their own accord. How long must it have been since their creator's bones turned to dust? A marvel of ingenuity, is it not? Something about this doesn't feel right. Though I cannot see it as you do, it is a no less awe-inspiring sight. It's here. I can taste its ether on the wind. And we finally found our mark. Let's put an end to this, Sucro, and return the night sky to Araeng. Nod. Malikah's Well, now accessible. But what does everyone have to say about it? The warden's presence feels familiar somehow. Now that I think about it, it reminds me of... But that makes no sense. Sorry, I'm sure I'm just imagining things. What does that mean? No need to worry about me. Araeng and Y'shtola were quite thorough in their ministrations. A pity their magics did nothing for my clothes. At any rate, we cannot well stop now. Not after Reen and Minfilia have... Not after all Reen and Minfilia have given to bring us this far. Lest thou worry, I did relay unto Magnus word of thine untimely accident, whilst I waited for thee to return from thine audience with the Oracle. He hath since reclaimed his Talos and Trolley both, and meaneth to begin repairs anon. For a blessing, the damage was but superficial, the leonine heart unmarred by Ranjit's onslaught. I was surprised to hear Ranjit survived the fall, though I suppose I did the same. More surprising is how he so readily saw through our diversion. A foe possessed of such cunning would be sufficient cause for concern in itself, but one capable of besting Thancred in combat too. We would do well not to underestimate him when we next meet. Or when next we meet, probably? I can't help thinking about all the children at the inn, abandoned to wait for the inevitable. So long as the light holds sway here, there is no hope for them. But if we can defeat the Wardens, if we restore the night, then maybe they can still be saved. Our battle with the Warden of Holminster's Switch was an eye-opening experience, to say the least. Alize and I have trained tirelessly that we might be better prepared for our next such encounter. For Minfilia and the countless souls who struggled to carry on her legacy, we must end this. Okay, but like what I'm going to do actually first is go over here. And I'm going to grab the ether current that I'm missing. And I'm going to do this because this quest will give me the final ether current that I need to be able to fly, and also because accessing that dungeon through the menu will allow me to not have to go back over there. And this is the most efficient way to go about it, I think. So it should be over here, right? There it is. I simply missed it before. Plus, I'm supposed to unlock flight after the dungeon anyway, is probably the intent of the design. Duty support. Malikah's Well. So who do we want in the party? That's a good question. I think Reen should be here. I think Alize should be here. Both of them, like, this is Reen's part of the story. And also this is Alize's, like, this is the area she's been in and is invested in. But Alphino or Araeng? Araeng is the better healer of the two, for what that's worth. But I don't think that's a major concern. Araeng has been more...
Our fates are not yet sealed. Our fates are not yet sealed.
Araeng is more relevant to the plot of this area.
Here we go!
Let's give it our all!
These three is what I think. Alf. I don't think I remember this dungeon very much at all. I said that, but I didn't say it in the context of it is a dungeon. Oh, it's got evil weapons and armadillos in it. That is a dog-like sound, isn't it? I can sense the warden somewhere below us. Royal Blade Bearer. I don't remember this dungeon's music at all either. I like it. It's eerie. I think this is probably a dungeon I've only done one time before. If I had to guess. I mentioned it earlier, but now that I have a name to give to these creatures, it's worth noticing. Or worth mentioning again. The well lizards here are funny to me because of how similar they look to the Guar in Elder Scrolls Online. And Elder Scrolls in general, now that I've started playing that.
Be gone!
No one has a lot to say in this particular dungeon. Probably if Thancred was also here. It looks like we can descend from here. Probably if Thancred was also here, he would have had... I might have chosen a group of 3 that don't have a lot to say to each other. Like if Alize and Alphino were both here, or if Reen and Thancred were both here. Isn't that a little big for an armadillo? I'm having a memory. In the previous dungeon, I thought the giant bat boss was something that, like, killed me before. I think maybe this is something that killed me before, actually. Oh. Oops. Hey, I remembered my group mitigation button every time that I was able to use one. Also, I have forgotten. Well, I didn't know that it was going to do a spin after one of its attacks before. To be fair to me. This boss is a little bit tricky with all the tank buster timings and whatnot.
You underestimate me.
Don't underestimate the greater armadillo. Oh, I had reprisal that time. I might have used it in time, but probably not. I forgot about the spin again.
Here we go. You underestimate me.
There we go. If I never see an armadillo again... Alize has the most to say in this dungeon, it seems, of my group that I've chosen. Arbitrarily sorts inventory for no reason. Green. Yeah, I think I remember that boss killing me when I tried to play this duty support as a DPS. I think I didn't understand what was going on and got killed by many rocks.
Together we shall overcome this.
2 new enemy models just dropped. Very suddenly. You know, something I'm thinking about in this dungeon is something that, the single target nature of the duty support allies actually does help with. It teaches you to focus on the same enemy that your allies are focusing on. A shame the miners haven't the means to keep building, says Alize. But it teaches you to pay attention to what your allies are fighting and focus on the same target, which is actually pretty helpful. Like, I hadn't been paying too close attention to that in previous duty support stuff, but I'm realizing it this time. At least sometimes. Also, with these well holdus, that means there's two entirely separate bomb type enemies in Shadowbringers that have new models using the same skeleton. These and the wood elemental ones in the forest, the Great Wood. That's neat. Also, it's funny because the well holdus look kind of like another Dragon Quest enemy, similar to how the big rock hands creature looks like a Dragon Quest enemy. But the holdus look like a rock enemy in Dragon Quest that also, I believe, self-destructs. Hopefully this tunnel continues downward. Yeah, Alize is just constantly saying stuff, and Urianger and Rien don't have anything to say much, really. Yeah, the Feebads here are what also look like a Dragon Quest enemy, though a little less so than the ones on the source did, I think. I didn't see the area of effect there because there's so much enemy on top of it. Oh. Whee! That's one way to make a tunnel continue downward. Wait, hold on. Urianger falls off a cliff and hits the ground and says, "Oh, well struck," to the ground. Due to the nature of how his... that caught me off guard. Much like the ground caught Urianger off guard, apparently. Amphibious Talos. My god, it's got buckets. This certainly isn't what I was expecting. Also, well struck is accidentally a pun because of our location, now that I think about it. I don't think Urianger is the type to intentionally make a pun upon, like, taking fall damage. So... I refuse to be knocked back. Yeah, this is a very silly one, to be sure. Oh, you want me over here, I guess. What, another one already? So many tank busters in the well. I'm equipped to deal with them, but it's surprising me how many there are. You're doing this again, Icing. That time I had no choice but to be knocked back. That was probably a waste of my Goring Blade. Could have waited. Maybe not, though. Since it wasn't in my buff window. Yeah, you definitely use these a surprising amount. I guess I could use my invincibility, too.
I'll show you.
Also, every single time my rotation gets to the magic part is when you're doing this. That's very convenient for me, actually. Optimal. Oh, I do have my gap closer, I forgot.
I fear my strength.
There, I'm using Goring Blade at the right time this time. And it killed. I think I now understand Alphino's aversion to water. I wonder if Alphino really hates that boss fight, actually, now that you mention that. Forgiven Grudge. Ah, we've reached Sin Eater territory. And Forgiven Vainglory. Over there. Yeah, that makes sense if Alphino hates that. Extremely overkilling this one particular Forgiven Bribery. But Yulmore loves bribery. That's basically what Yulmore is, I guess, is Bribery Town. Ah, I see. What if it's only Alphino, I wonder? Terrible is the beast that doth wreak such corruption. Also, yeah, this is interesting. We haven't really seen a Sin Eater corrupt stuff in this sort of way. That's surely not better, yeah, okay. Forgiven Indecency. Oh gods, the boulders, they're filling with light. Oh, what the? Okay, they're going after this one. I guess if you are tanking this part, you just run past these normally. Does not seem to say anything if alone. You know, honestly, that makes sense too.
I'll show you.
Actually, I have no idea how you would tank this particular room, because it's just a bunch of these. I guess you'd tag these, then run forward and tag all of these, and then focus some of them down? Oh. Maybe not. I need to make sure to make all of them mad. What would happen to the party if, like, walls and pillars and whatnot didn't conveniently fall over in such a way as to create a linear path for them to progress? Would they just be like, well, time to leave? That looks suspicious. Ah. Storage. The most biblically accurate of sin eaters. Well, wings-wise, not quite there with the eyes. Needs more eyes, I think. There it is. Unquestioned acceptance. I forgot about storage. Much like I forgot about the rest of this dungeon. Thought so.
I shall protect thee.
Pyramid makes a plus-shaped AoE from its sides. Oh, right! Oh, Alizé stood in it. I got bamboozled. It's... Hello and welcome. It's storage time. Welcome to storage. Oh, Alizé has a line saying this is for Tesleen. That makes sense. Okay. Okay. Oh! I see. Yeah, this pyramid was used in Alexander, I think. I do love the pile of wings school of design. But yeah, hello and welcome, if I didn't say that. A lot of stuff has happened so far, such as Reen is here. I forgot that the name was pronounced Reen and not Rhine, but it is.
I'll show you.
And she'll show you. Okay, there's the wings, there's the wheel. Oh, they do the wheel now. That's cool. Like, that's actually cool design that it switched that up in that way. Oh. I almost got hit due to pressing the gap closer there, I think. Oh. Cool limit break line. That was not the correct move for the group-wide damage. Oops. My bad. I don't think I actually tagged anybody with that passage of arms. That's a weird cone. And I also, oh, I do just have, I had that ready that time. I could have done that too. I don't know why I did it there. Yeah, this is a cool boss. I like the design of this boss a lot, actually. Oop. Oh, I didn't get hit by that. Like, I like the fight design of that boss a lot. Thancred was also here. Yay, Thancred. And Y'shtola. And Alphino. Did Thancred's clothes get cleaned up in between pre-dungeon and dungeon? Because I didn't see the scratches and tears on them. I don't know if I want to be equipped with that. I don't think I want to be equipped with biblical accuracy. Biblically accurate sucrose sounds scary. Uh-oh. Maybe I am getting equipped with that. Uh-oh. No, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry, it's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. Do I also get the Rush Jet adapter? Or just like Rush Jet? Duty complete, no victory theme. There's the victory theme. It was delayed. But it was still scary. Anyway, what's everyone have to say about all this? Are you at all injured? That was a passing strange form for an eater. It seems that Rien was correct. Thank goodness we succeeded. At last, we've taken back the darkness. And a spear. Oh, and I can add that. And I got a second chance point. I've got one of them. And most of this stuff is stuff I can't do. I can't do that, I can't do that, I can't do that, I can't do that. I could do that, but I don't wanna. Can't do that. I can technically do that. I could technically do that. I can't do that, and I can do that, and I don't wanna. So there's enough things that I could technically do. or don't want to do that I could complete Wondrous Tales. Dang it, Chloe, just give me the easy quests, please. One of these weeks, Chloe's gonna be like, I want to hear the story of how you defeated Garuda 7,000 times. Actually, I usually give her about that.
Don't get me wrong, I'm glad those travelers made it all the way to Nabath Araeng.
I usually give her that story anyway.
But when Urianger told me the Talos was in pieces, and the trolley didn't look much better, I couldn't help wondering what in the hell's had gone on.
Someone punched it.
What indeed? At least the heart is in one piece. The rest is replaceable. Looking at this mess, though, it's a miracle they survived.
You can say that again. What the? Are you seeing this?
Speaking of miracles... Surprise.
The sky. It...
You ever just suddenly realize that you made a trolley work for the Warrior of Darkness or whatever? I mean, I don't know if they just immediately realized that, but like the timing. Once again, speaking of timing, I actually emerged from the dungeon during the daylight. Like, it's still the regular daylight, which is an improvement, but still, everyone's looking at it like, wow, blue, which is a little less impactful than if it were night in the cutscene.
At last, night has returned to Araeng.
True, but like not right now, Alize. This always happens. I feel like
We'll save this broken world yet, Tesleen. You see if we don't.
I feel like all of the cutscenes of this nature should have the night sky in place. You know, that's probably fair. I wish the Yulmoran airships just like immediately...
No doubt retreating in the wake of the Warden's demise.
I wish like someone yelled from one of the airships, "Fuck you!" as they passed by. I wish they had done that.
Back to Calusia, the last refuge of light.
Home to our dear Lord Vorthry, who will no doubt do everything in his power to thwart us.
I also could have swore that. Like, I feel like this cutscene was at night the first time I saw it, probably. But it's been a while.
For defeat there would spell the end for both him and his heavenly host.
Time to go punch Vorthry in the face.
There the fate of this star shall be decided.
Yeah, Whomst would be even better than just fuck you, honestly. Just Whomst! Like, even if he wasn't in the airships, they just have like a button that projects Vorthry yelling that word that's like hooked up to a megaphone. And I can just mash it to make it overlap like Whomst! The Vorthry soundboard. Everyone in Yulmore loves the Vorthry soundboard. The Whomst device. We get a good lineup of everyone standing next to each other so we can see just how correct Sucro's outfit still is for Shadowbringers. Perhaps they're ministrations.
Whomstvate.
Whomstvate. That's the name of another Light Warden somewhere, probably. I know it's not one of the types of love like they're all named after, but you know, still. Either that, or that's the question of Whomst and then the immediate answer with regard to who is responsible for the problems in Legend of Zelda the Minish Cap and Four Swords Adventures. Except I don't think that's how you pronounce Vati. Is it becoming night? It's becoming sun. It is night now. Perhaps their ministrations were not as thorough as I thought, or perhaps I was a touch too reckless. Thancred's clothing and weapon are in fact cleaned up now. If only I could have seen the look on Magnus's face when the night sky returned. They must all be so happy. But what about you, Sucro? Do you feel different at all? I love having the night theme return. I just noticed the way that Sucro's tail clips through that shield on the back of the armor is a little bit weird. I think that might... I don't think I noticed it before because it's usually more centered. I don't know. Ah well, whatever. Tails will always be clipping. Is this not the moment Emmett Selk usually chooses to descend upon us? Whatever will we do without his feigned praise and backhanded compliments? So like... Did the group just notice Sucro, like, clearly in pain after that? Or is Reen noticing much of what, like, Y'shtola and Urianger are noticing with her new powers? Like, Urianger doesn't have powers in that regard. And Y'shtola's, like, ability to see ether, and Reen's ability to sense sin eaters and whatnot, and light. Reen is probably noticing more about something happening to Sucro than she was previously. Once more shall the night share equal dominion over the firmament, and yet our travails are far from over. The end to light's dominion over this world is fast at hand. Whoops. Urianger, you're over there. Why did I talk to you? We did it. We really did it. I only wish there were time to visit the inn. We can but hope the return of night has granted the residents some shred of comfort. They thought the world beyond changing, but today I think we proved them wrong. We will fix this broken land, Sucro. Together. Now I can fly! Whee! Even the wall of frozen light looks a lot less radiant. Actually, you know what? I didn't think of it that way. It is now safe to approach the sky. That's probably pretty true. That's probably part of why you don't get flight in an area until you've solved it. For the most part. Well, I mean in Shadowbringers. Okay, sorry about that, everyone. I was excited that I could make my motorcycle vertical suddenly. When all of this is over, it would mean a lot to me if we could go and visit Teslene's grave together. I have such a lot to tell her. The Norvrant space program. It's difficult to imagine such a thing. Reen seems troubled by the sight of you. Are you feeling alright, Sucro? After you defeated the Light Warden, I could swear I saw its ether. Never mind. I'm still getting used to my powers. It's probably nothing. I'm just relieved I was right about where the Warden was hiding. The last one is hiding in Calusia, isn't it? I can't feel it from here, believe it or not. But perhaps we should head back to the Crystarium first. We have a lot to tell the Exarch, and I think we could all do with some rest. Group nod. She sees it too, then, says Y'shtola, thinking. She sure does. That makes a lot of sense. It's gonna be fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine. That person's got fairy wings. And that's cool. Let's think about that instead of how it's completely fine and not... Actually, I think I also have fairy wings. I have pixie wings. What if Sucro had become King of the Fae? It's funny to imagine if she just looked exactly like this and nothing else changed. Just the wings. Anyway. Y'shtola said she needed to speak with us. It sounded rather urgent. The others are with the Exarch. Before we join them, there is something I wish to confirm. A pixie cat. Tell me, Reen, have you noticed anything peculiar about Sucro's appearance of late? Anything at all? Speak freely, she won't mind. Well, since Minfilia bequeathed her power to me, I've been able to see the light inside her. Though I didn't think anything of it at first. But after we defeated the Warden in araeng, I realized something was wrong. You've absorbed its ether, Sucro, and the light within you has grown monstrous. Then it is as I suspected. How are you feeling? Not good, apparently. Sucro! Maybe bad? If not is done, this will only get worse. Reen, with the power of the Oracle, you've gained some measure of control over light, have you not? Is there anything you can do for her? Extinguishing it is out of the question. Even at her strongest, Minfilia could only hold back the light. I might be able to suppress it, but I don't know for how long. Then we have no choice but to rely on Urianger and his secrets. Yeah, it's glass crunching. That is not a sound effect I expected, and it definitely makes more of an impact. Squelching would have been gross, but would have been distracted from it. And like an abstract like pain trance droning sound, as you put it, or like tinnitus type of sound would have been too similar to like surprise echo shenanigans or whatever. But yeah. And something about light just shattering like glass or crunching like glass just seems correct and also scary. If the next battle is to be the last, you may yet be able to play your part, but you will need all of your strength. I will discuss strategy with the others and see that everything is made ready for our departure. You are to return to your chambers and rest until then, understood? Wow. You can say that you're fine, let me help. You can say understood, or you can say this third one that I won't say. Understood is what I'll say. Good. Whether you want it or not, you have most certainly earned some respite. I think Y'shtola gets mad at you if you say that one also. I didn't think about that, but yeah. The third one obviously has a very sarcastic tone. As well, but I'm sure there are people who would say it for other reasons. Yeah. But the italics, yeah. For sure. Is everything... I missed a line by accident. Hold on. Is everything alright, miss? You don't seem quite yourself. I'm sure that's fine, if even the inn manager is noticing that. Perhaps a hot meal and a freshly made bed will improve matters. Your room is ready if you'd care to retire. Very good. If you should have need of anything at all, pray do not hesitate to call. Okay. I will mash on the call for service, like, bell if I start to turn into a light warden. You might arrive in the room to see biblically accurate Sucro, and that would be a bit scary. So this is where you've been hiding, Ardbert.
And sometimes the dead would rather not be disturbed. But enough about me. What of araeng?
Hey, I saw that part when Minfilia, like, stopped the flood of light and told you that your time had not yet arrived. But, like, also we saved the night and all that. Also, I might be turning into a Sin Eater. Like, Light Warden, like Ultra Light Warden, like Scary Time. There was a glass shattering sound.
Minfilia's gone then.
That too.
Which means the reason I must suffer this purgatory shall forever remain a mystery.
Yeah, it didn't seem very clear. What?
What's the matter? Are you all right?
No, clearly not. Oh, that's concerning. That's concerning, right? That's concerning. Sucro looks scared.
What just happened?
Understandable. I guess that's true. There was something Minfilia said to me, or not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone. That seems to make more sense as a way to segue into whatever. Like she suddenly realized it.
Minfilia said my time had not yet come. That I still had a role to play.
True.
Not even the most valiant heroes can stand alone.
Also true. Like, even for you, Ardbert, even though you're a warrior, and, well, I mean, I guess you died before they gave Warrior all of the like, healing that Warrior has. But, like, still.
No, it couldn't be. There's only one hero in this room, and it is not me. I'm just a shadow, cursed to wander.
Shadows are important. One brings shadow, one brings light, as they say. But I've got a bit too much of the latter there. So I could use some shadow, I think. Okay, bye. Exarch is like wringing his hands outside the door. What's up?
Forgive the intrusion, but Minfilia, that is, Reen, and the others were asking after you.
I'm not doing well.
Is everything all right?
No. Not really. Things are pretty bad, actually.
That pain again? And did it pass?
Yes, but it was worse. Smile? Question mark?
Thank goodness for that. I would not wish to see you suffer. Though I know only too well how much you have suffered on our behalf in recent days. Indeed, I have no right to impose upon you further. Nevertheless, I must ask one thing of you. That you survive this, no matter what.
I'll do my best.
When the dust settles, you must return to your world, for the battles to come and the wars yet unwon. The final Light Warden is all that stands between us and victory. There is still much we must do to prepare, but for now, I will see if there is aught that may remedy the strange affliction which plagues you.
I'll see it through, the end is finally in sight, or when the warden is dead, will your work finally be done? What about this last one?
Yes, I believe it will. Once the tyranny of light is ended, the people of the Crystarium will be safe, and the future that must be shall come to pass. I'll not keep you from your rest any longer. Take as much time as you like.
Echo? Okay, that doesn't actually sound that much like tinnitus, I guess. But still. What's this? Heaven's word? No, this isn't right. It would need to be later, after the liberation of Alamigo, perhaps. What the? What's happening? Please tell me you've finished. We have to go. They'll be upon us at any moment. Very well. Where to next, then? Let's just worry about getting out of the city and pray the airship is still in one piece. Anywhere we go from here will just be more of the same. Gods, by the sound of that last one, I reckon the Knights 12 might be the Knights Rubble by now. Or the Knights Rubble now. Is there nothing else we can do? Look around you, this isn't war. It's a sickness, and it's spread to every corner of Eorzea. The city-states are in disarray, and by all accounts, the Far East's faring no better. There'll be nothing left of us when this is over. This world is beyond saving. Is this a vision of the future? I never tire of that story, when the hero swoops in astride a white dragon to save the little girl. I remember that. Is this a vision of a bad future? I could die happy knowing someone like that was still around. Indeed, but not today, not while our message remains undelivered. That cutscene is... Have faith, my friend, we will find her. What does that cutscene mean? I don't remember that at all. What the... What is that about? My ears are clipping through my pillow again. Oh, there they go. What a peculiar dream. Was that the past? I guess that could have also been the past of this world? Was that the past? Having a dialogue option for what to say to yourself is interesting. Shake head. Okay, still night. It's a good sign, I guess. All things considered. It could be a past of some kind. Shrouded in darkness. I mean, not really. I think I need more darkness, actually. Of the sunless sea. Question marks is the next quest. Is that good? Return to Yulmore? That doesn't seem good. That book was talking about... It was the book that... It was... the Count's Memoirs of Heavensward. And whoever that cutscene, some developers say that they think of dialogue choices as a way to show what all of the things the character is thinking about saying. I can see that working, but I don't think that's true of Sucro in this case, at least, because I don't think every dialogue choice is something she would consider. There's definitely been a number of times when I've thought Sucro would never say that. But yeah, that book was the Memoirs of Heavensward that Count Edmund du Fortam wrote. And the person who that cutscene was from their perspective of was saying, maybe after the liberation of Alamigo, which means that that has to have happened during or before, that has to have happened between the ending of Heavensward and the ending of Stormblood. In theory. So it was the past in a sense, but what past it was, I don't know. But hey, we restored the Crystarium music. That's back. That's good, right? Ah, Mistress Funk, I trust you had a pleasant rest. While you were ensconced in your chamber, a message arrived from the Exarch. He bids you come to the Ocular at your earliest convenience. And, madam, wherever your duties may take you next, I shall pray for your safe return. May the night keep you. I need to take that so that I can go back to the inn room. Yep, everyone's on an expedition of some kind. I feel like that's probably a reasonable place to stop. The stream has been recording for 5 hours, 17 minutes, and 17 seconds. I've only streamed twice this week so far, and I missed Wednesday. So we haven't had 2 Final Fantasy XIV streams this week, unfortunately. But I don't think I should keep going right now. I might try to stream again tomorrow, maybe? I'm not sure. I won't guarantee anything. Sit. Sucro will sit politely. I won't promise anything, but maybe I'll try and stream tomorrow. I don't know. But yeah, this has been Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, and when I say stream tomorrow, I'm not sure what the stream would be of either. Since I'm streaming like 17,000 different games at the moment. It could be anything, if I do that. And yeah, Cassette Beasts would be Sunday, right? Unless you're suddenly streaming that tomorrow. Okay. But yeah, thank you all for watching. This has been Final Fantasy XIV. Hopefully Sucro will be okay. If you're interested in any social media or donation links, they are found at the usual location of borealrobin.cardwith2rs.co. And I would also appreciate it very much if you would consider following or subscribing if you are not already following or subscribed. That would be very helpful. But also, it's not a priority. I will be okay without those things. All that said, once again, thank you for watching, and I will see you on the next stream, I suppose. Have a good rest of your day, rest of your night, rest of your week, whatever. And yeah. Goodbye, good night, farewell.